as I begin recording. So, you battled through the deep dark, liberated Grunker's people, a great fire spirit, laid siege to a deep dwarf fortress, and delved into the heart of madness itself to destroy a powerful eye tyrant, or beholder, controlling the heart of a mind flayer colony. You witnessed the end of an era in the death of Astria, the Crystal Dragon, the lifeblood and balancing catalyst of the ley lines, who, with her dying breath, tasked you with the safeguarding and secrecy of the crystal egg containing her unborn child, Aurea. You changed the course of history as you witnessed the fracturing of the Deep Dwarves into distinct factions, between separatists seeking redemption and refuge, and loyalists seeking to preserve the old ways. You met with the Arrakis broodmother, Queen Silex, who rewarded you with a legendary item, an icon of fate, so that you may forge your own paths through the tangled webs of fate itself. You were also rewarded with the vicious great axe wielded by General Kilvar, the Deep Dwarf general who was killed by the Arrakis during the siege. It was revealed to be part of a magical item set, the same set worn by the infamous and legendary Nogdur Ashbite III, of which you also possess his signet ring taken from the mangled corpse of his descendant, Tharadol Ashbite. With everything in order, you made your way back to the surface, leading a migration of Deep Dwarf refugees seeking a better life under the Flamekeeper clan's new leadership of Danin Pyrefist, the Deep Dwarf you allied yourself when you first laid siege to the Flamekeeper temple. Upon exiting the Crystal Fen mines, the same way you went in all those days and real-life months ago, you were met with roaring cheers of relief from the common folk, as you had returned the Princess of the Silver Kingdom, Tora Yonmire, back to the surface, and into the sorely missed embrace of her father. With that, you were invited back to the palace to spend your evening resting and relaxing. Liska, attuned to the axe and the ring, suffering nightmares of a huge, looming, hulking and hungry shadow. Come the morning, after a breakfast banquet held in your honour, Liska spoke with Tora, to which it was revealed that these items may have been cursed. Tora was to prepare what she could, and Liska was asked to return to her at a later time when things are ready. The rest of you were let go and allowed to wander the city to your own devices until later today, when a meeting with the king is supposedly to be held. That is where we left off. So, what would you like to do before the meeting? You have a few hours to kill. As I bring all of you over to, we'll say, the Dune Hollow map.
No need to talk over each other.
Sorry, doing spell stuff.
Sorry, I was eating aforementioned sandwich. Ugh. Anyone else can go before me if they want.
I'm thinking for Sal's sort of prerogative, it would be
Why the fuck is Sirenscape so loud?
no idea.
Yeah, make sure you're all hopped into Sirenscape as well, please.
I think for Sal, her main thing would just take a moment to relax. Her last few months in a row have been rough on her body, shall we say.
Understandable.
Oops.
Now there's no music.
Sorry, give me a sec. I'm in a bit of trouble with my new Stream Deck. Let's restart that.
Fucking fancy ass.
I got my Stream Deck.
Yeah. So, you just recovering in the palace, yeah?
Recovering / checking up on my gear, because, you know, the best thing an artificer can do in their downtime is just be chill.
Alright.
Turn that down more. I think Liska is. Let's see, how long had. Jesus fucking Christ, that thing is nice balls. I don't know why Science suddenly being weird. Anyway, so, I think Liska, after having been down there for a while, gone through harrowing experiences like, I don't know, war, is gonna come back and she is going to find herself an appropriate brothel and blow off some steam.
Okay.
I think that is a very good idea for her, but also oddly fitting in my book.
Okay.
Those poor whores.
I mean, I feel like
You have chosen death. By Snoo Snoo.
So
the spirit is willing, but the body is bruised and spongy.
yeah, you do find your way to a place called the Obsidian
actually
Rose.
Okay.
Yeah, you find yourself a place called the Obsidian Rose, which is a fairly, not exactly a high class or anything. It's you sort of moderate, jovial brothel in your case.
Is there? I'm curious. Is there a high class brothel in this place? I mean, it's. I wasn't planning on RPing this out.
No.
So,
I
just fine. Whatever.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on RPing. I was just
It'd
saying.
be more the case of if it's still standing.
Yeah. It is still standing. What wasn't one of the areas that was hard hit by the previous attack on the city. Yeah, it's the areas of wreckage are generally sort of isolated to small pockets around the city itself. It's not like the whole place was destroyed.
Oh, wonderful! Even invaders don't attack brothels. Good stuff. So Liska's just gonna blow off some steam because she knows that later she has a whole shtick with the king.
All right. Let's see. Grunker, did you want to do anything?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay,
Oh.
we can
What the hell?
probably move on to someone else then, if you like.
Yeah, sure. I just noticed they changed the hit dice box.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They have a couple things that changed in the sheets.
Let's see, Vellum. You wanted.
Yes,
you
I
want-
am able to speak now.
Yes, you wanted to go out and forge in the front of the citadel, didn't you?
Yes, Velm
Oh.
is very eager to get some sunlight on his skin.
Oh, yes.
And get some work done.
Okay, so
Been God knows how long.
yeah.
I think Vadmir was going with him.
Yeah, Vadmir, you asked Vadmir to come with you, and she said okay. So it's,
After she wanted to come, it was like, oh, okay.
so
It's all coming back to me now.
yeah, there you go. Vellum, as you've sort of made your way outside, the sun kind of shining and glaring off of the stark white, fresh powdery snowfall that crunches beneath your feet, and the glare of the sun itself is it's welcoming. It's painful to your eyes at first, and it certainly takes some time adjusting. Even more so for Vadmir. She's not used to the sun at all.
Yeah, as they're like approaching the gate, he would have told her like the usual tips desert dwellers would know for not getting blinded by the fucking sun. And just hope that helps some, because, you know, she's been down there even longer than we have, I think.
Yeah.
Taking a step out, crunch the snow, seeing the sky again. I don't even care, it's cold as shit. Feels good to have it on my skin. Just sort of like head tilted back, just standing and enjoying it for a few moments.
Yeah. The crowds are they're forgivingly sparse, but you're certainly turning a lot of eyes as you venture by a number of outgoing travellers. Many of them come up to you, shake your hand, immeasurably thankful for your role in recent events.
He will be confused at first, but then remember, oh right, we did things.
Yeah.
He'll humor it for a time, but once he's able to make an egg, he'll sort of move off to the side, find a good spot to set up.
Number of passing carts go by. With your passive perception, you kind of hear passing whispers and conversations of, "Hey, that's Willem the smith," and "God, I wish he'd teach me a thing or two."
Definitely not used to this, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like, he as he's walking along, he's mentally trying to process, how do I feel about this?
Yeah.
It's suspect. What are they hiding? That sort of mentality, but he's very eager to get back to the goal is going to be that, so he's going to find a nice spot, probably in less dead snow bits, but wherever he was last time, and set up and get to work. And he will be keeping a bit of a side eye on Vadmir as she does whatever she wants to.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. I'm just wired as fuck.
No worries. It's understandable. We've been away from D&D for a few weeks now. So as you kind of set your forging station outside, next to the Dune Hollow doors, begin forging away. Ting, ting, ting. You can see a number of individuals are kind of standing by, watching. Clearly, blacksmiths, forge hands, a number of other common folk, mostly dwarven. You hear whispers of, "You watch, he's going to make something incredible again." It seems that word has spread of your previous efforts reforging Balthazar's armor and as well as a shield for him.
Oh, well, that's good. He's not used to lots of public attention that's positive. As sad as that sounds. Right, well, he will spend... How long do we have? How many hours?
I'll say about... the meeting's going to be... I've forgotten what time the meeting was going to be, so we'll just say in the afternoon, around mid-evening, about 6-ish. So you got...
What time is it? Did we get up late, I remember?
I think you got up around 10-ish, fairly late in the morning, so you got a bit of time. You got.
Oh right, yeah, I remember. I'm sorry, it's all piecing back together. Velen woke up at dawn like usual, and everyone else joined.
You got about 8 hours.
Then we headed out. All right. Well, I'm gonna spend all those 8 hours working on making some javelins, because it's all I have the metal for right now, and I'll figure the rest out later. But just wants to get work. He needs work. It centers him.
Oh yes.
And but yeah, again, especially with like the amount of crowds about and particular eyes on the area, yeah, definitely going to be wary of like where Vadmir is at any given point, what she's doing, if anyone's trying to talk to her, all that business. I don't think the silencers told her about stranger danger.
Yeah. What as you're kind of in the middle, about, we'll say, couple hours in, one from the crowd kind of comes up to you while you're forging. Young dwarven man in his mid-20s, looks like he may be some sort of novice forge hand. He says, If you don't mind me saying, that's an interesting technique. Where'd you learn that from?
So he takes a few moments of ting, ting to finish what he's doing, and then... I'm self-taught. Picked up a couple of things off of somebody I work for. But a lot of it's just hard work and trial and error.
Ah, I see. I'm an apprentice. My tutor's a bit of an old-fashioned type. So always by the books and by the letter. Never lets me try anything new. It's always fold the metal under and over, never over and under.
Right, well, I remember when I was starting out, a lot of it was basics, but like building a house, you need a foundation first. Otherwise, everything else will fall apart. And at this point, he is sort of still focusing on his work, and that's why he's sort of like in a zen state of just answering instead of reading into anything. So, get your basics down, listen to him, and then go from there when you got a bit more freedom. Ting, ting.
You think, when I leave my old teacher, you might be able to teach me a few things?
I'm flattered, but I travel a lot, and I don't think I'd taken it on anytime soon.
Well, I may not be able to forge with sunlight like you do with your fancy lens of yours, but I mean, surely some of that technique can be transferred over, right?
Like I said, I'm got my own goals to head for, and I'm traveling a lot, so I don't think it would work. Sorry, not for your lack of enthusiasm, but circumstances and all.
Alright. Well, if you don't mind, I'd just like to stand by and watch, see maybe if I can get some of that talent of yours by osmosis, right?
Vellum has no idea what that word is, and just, sure. Just, I'm gonna focus on working.
He nods and kind of rejoins the crowd again.
He's so out of his fucking element. I love it. It's like, what's this? Positive attention, and also people want to learn from me? What is this?
Yeah. As you're kind of keeping an eye on Vladimir, you notice about a couple more hours in, she's drawing what looks like some sort of a 10-foot diameter, kind of crudely drawn circle in the snow, accented by what looks like odd runic symbols and arcane sigils. Again, it's very crudely drawn.
Adorable. I don't know what they mean because I'm a dumb boy. So, yeah, that he'll be basically doing that until the time comes, since it's roughly a full day's work before the meeting.
Okay. And
I'll do my roles now, but carry on with other people.
Well, as you continue forging, about 30 minutes later, after you see her do that, you hear "Frumph" behind you. And a small crowd of about 10 or so that was watching you kind of gasp in amazement. You hear Vladimir kind of declare, "Vladimir did it!"
And stopping what I'm doing in a safe manner and drawing my attention to whatever the woof sound was.
Within the snow, you see the purple glow of a large, now perfectly constructed arcane circle. It seems that she may have kind of drawn the circle a few times, scuffed it out, redrawn it again, kind of drawing it in the snow with her hoof. And the runes almost form this beautiful circular constellation. And kind of Vladimir backs away, thoroughly impressed with herself.
Well, it being probably time for a break anyway, he's going to set his tools down, wipe his brow, because even though it's fucking below zero out here. You're sitting next to a sweltering area. It's gonna affect you. If anything, it'd affect it more. And then you'll step on over, try and figure out. Well, not figure out, but sort of look at the circle. Is it exhibiting any visual effects or affecting the surroundings in any way?
Doesn't there seems to be some sort of magic to it. This floating display of what looks like a constellation effect that kind of connects all of the runes around the circle.
Ah, right. I assume like flecks of starlight and the whatnot.
Yeah, it looks like she established some sort of runic pattern in the snow, drawing it with her hoof, and then the some sort of combination of the patterns seem to come to life.
I'm gonna give her a ruffle of the hair before sort of taking a knee to observe her proud work.
Go ahead.
That's real nice looking, Vladimir.
Go ahead, make an Arcana check.
He's about to say, "What's it for?" But then let's go with let's see how my -1 Arcana works out.
14. It's a bit. Yeah. You've seen a lot of magical stuff now in your travels, but this doesn't bear any resemblance to anything you've seen before. As you kind of ask her that, Vladimir says, Vladimir was practicing something that came to her in a dream last night. Lots of pictures of waystones. We travelled through a lot of waystones underground. Vladimir, I think it may have rubbed off on her like a feeling.
Like an inspiration.
Vladimir thinks it teleports things.
Don't know much about that stuff, but best things usually come to us in dreams. It's where I get a lot of my work from.
Oh.
If it's still here later, we could bring the others to come take a look. How's that?
Vladimir thinks to herself for a moment and gathers up a snowball, kind of throws it into a circle and poof, onto the ground, seemingly to no effect. Vladimir kind of scratches her head in confusion for a moment. Vladimir does not think it will last long.
I'm sure you'd be able to make another one if you wanted to show everyone.
She kind of kneels over the runes to examine them. Maybe it needs to connect somewhere. At that point,
I'll tell you what. You keep practicing, and when we meet up with everyone else, we can ask Sao or maybe even Aja about it.
Okay.
That'll go.
Kind of crouches down, examines some of the runes. So at that point, that some of the straps of the bag come loose, and a slight glisten of the egg's shell shines through.
I will instantly cover it.
As you kind of place your hand over it, the runes of the circle begin to kind of sputter and flicker, and the magic itself seems to break down. Like a light shining in reverse through a prism, you watch as flecks of the magic begin to drift towards her backpack, siphoned towards that tiny gap in the opening between your fingers. And the circle sputters and fades.
Well, during the course of the second I start noticing the visual connection between them, I will be sort of subtly interposing my body between us and the crowd so that it's not drawing as much attention. Careful of the straps on your bag. Don't want anyone seeing anything they shouldn't.
Yeah. Vladimir kind of panics and shuts the bag and kind of looks past you towards the crowds. She says, Oh.
Everything okay?
Sorry, Sirenscape was having a bit of a hiccup. She says, It is amazing what you can learn at the Ogre's Tower.
Just gonna give her... Oh no.
Prestidigitation! And Vadmir makes some sort of spectral moss appear from her hand, which kind of flutter around a bit and spit out of existence. Common folk aren't very smart, so 11.
Yeah, and you'd have to be looking for lives, really.
11 would just about make it. And she says, kind of whispers to you,
Fatmir thinks this egg does stuff we don't know about.
He's gonna sort of. I think if I sorry, my memory is terrible again, but I've seen, or rather heard, Vadmir no demonic. Yes. I think it was like between Liska and Vadmir at some point. It was used.
I think so. I can't exactly remember. We'll say you have heard Vadmir speak demonic.
Okay. Well, he will sort of whisper back in demonic to make it a bit more, kept from the ears of those who do not know the language. Maybe it does. Just be careful. I know you'll be very safe with this stuff. And he'll start trying to give her a reassuring smile and a pat on the shoulder, pushing himself upright to get back to work.
Drops the egg back up in the backpack, trying to secure it again. Puts it back in her back and said, eventually, after a while, there's a moment where some of the common folks' children come and play with Vadmir. Eventually, they end up in some sort of snowball fight as the hours go by.
Oh, that's adorable. Well, I mean, still going to keep an eye, but children are children, and she should get to play normal children things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to soak up too much time at the session, so we can go over to somebody else and I'll do my roles, because as nice as this is, other people probably have things they want to do.
Okay. Who wants to do something before their meeting with the king? Asha, what are you doing?
Remember, everyone, you have 8 hours to fill.
Mm-hmm.
Azure is going to make way, and he's going to head down to the Dune Hollow tramway.
Oh, okay. So,
kind of inquisitorial shenanigans are you up to now?
as you make your way through towards the Dune Hollow tramway, you can see the crowd is incredibly busy here. It seems as though many individuals aren't fond of staying here with all the events that have been going on. You can see lines and lines of people that carrying carts of belongings, kind of gathering up their lives to move on to better pastures. You can see now a number of the Deep Dwarf refugees that have come up with you here have also made their way towards this direction, and as you push past the crowds, some of them giving you a wide berth due to recognition of one of the individuals that came from the silver mines. One of the individuals who had rescued the princess. A couple of them come up, shake your hand, thankful for the things you've done for this city. And as you make your way into an enormous enormous tunnel, essentially lined with immaculately carved pillars depicting numerous events in Dwarven history, numerous kings, numerous influential nobles. You see before you, as if like Harry Potter seeing Hogwarts trained for the first time. You see a great contraption constructed of metal and steel and billowing smoke and billowing black smoke from the chimney at the front end. Some sort of steam engine. You've certainly heard of this contraption, first of its kind. Trimmed with accents of gold and filigrees of bronze, coloured a deep emerald green. You can see individuals boarding the strange horseless carriages being led by this contraption. And you have to think to yourself, the marvels of dwarven engineering on full display here.
Highly impressive.
Indeed.
Alright. I would like to go into my backpack. And I'm going to take out my little mess kit. And I'm going to look over it real quick, take out my wooden bowl, put my backpack back on my back. And I would like to find some sort of corner. If I look at this, if it's correct, I'd find a corner maybe, I don't know, right about down over here.
Mm-hmm.
Not immediately in the walkway, but a little bit further off. And I'd like to take a moment, and I'd like to just sort of watch some of the people. See if there's anybody here that looks a little bit less well-to-do. Some of the more scruffy, downtrodden, maybe any homeless beggars.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. Would a passive 12 find me anything?
Oh, passive 12. Yeah. You do find a number of relatively filthy-looking vagrants, kind of hanging out near the kind of along the kind of roughly hewn, carved stone walls. Looks like they're looking towards those who are boarding and leaving, seeing if there are anyone who's willing to give them a spare couple of copper each, or perhaps some food. Mostly dwarven halfling individuals. Again, very dirty. Some of them dressed in pure rags. Some of them look like they've been here. They've come here recently, probably due to the attack on the city. Some individuals who have been displaced from the events gone by.
Okay. Alright.
And so from what I understand, you're looking to effectively, feed the homeless, do some charity work.
Close.
Okay.
I'm looking at all the homeless around here, and I'm studying them. I'm gonna watch one guy for about 5 minutes. Not necessarily stare him straight down, but I'm just sort of casually watching as I'm overlooking the area. You know? I got a pretty good bit of it. I'm looking at a couple of them. Look at that guy's coat. Look at that guy's hat. That guy's kind of messed up beard. That guy's one missing messed up boot. Okay. I'm gonna walk through the crowd. I'm gonna have my wooden bowl in my hand, just casually. And as I walk, I'm just gonna not do anything to draw attention to myself. And I'm going to do something.
Mm-hmm.
As I walk to my little corner, I'm going to use an ability of mine.
Ooh.
using one of his special invocations to disguise himself, taking little elements of each homeless person around, and being an actor, having studied the homeless around him. As he walks, he is going to rapidly begin to transform into an amalgamation of all these homeless dwarves. He's going to go to the corner, his little area, now blending in, sort of shuffling along, leaning forward, tired, downtrodden, holding his belly and hungry with just a little wooden bowl. He makes a small mark inside of his bowl. A little sigil, the sign of the High Chalice. It's hard to see unless you notice it. But he's there. The one thing that does not change about his face, now looking completely like a dwarf, he keeps the completely solid black eyes. Looking down so it's hard to notice, but a cue, and he holds his bowl out, waiting.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
You cheeky fucker.
Sorry, one moment. Here we go. So, after a couple of hours, you see, or rather, you hear. Well, and you see coming from the far tunnel, what appears to be a secondary train, a secondary steam engine, and it rockets down the tracks, makes it stop eventually. Another crowd of individuals disembarks from the horseless carriages. And beginning to make their way towards Dune Hollow. You see, particularly coming around this bend here, what appears to be a tall mitre hat among the crowd.
Oh my.
And it's familiar only to you. It looks very out of place. And eventually, you see the figure through the crowd. Dressed in white, black and red robes, embossed with gold. The tall mitre hat, a long, stern face accents his sunken eyes, which take particular interest towards you, Aja. Think like a sort of Judge Claude Frollo type individual.
Oh yes. Recognizing this person, I make an effort to make direct eye contact with them. I hold up my bowl and point it towards them slightly.
Aja, as this individual gets closer, you notice around his neck is the symbol of not just an Inquisitor, but a Lord Inquisitor, recognizable only to other Inquisitors. It's only then that something clicks in your mind as to who this is. This is Lord Inquisitor Faustino of the Papal Church of Emwall in Arturus.
Fantastic. Knowing who has come, as you said he approaches me because he took interest. Mm-hmm. Did I hear that right?
And he's nonchalantly walking towards you, making no obvious efforts to talk to you, but they certainly walk in your direction. Just looking around,
Yes.
shoulder to shoulder, making sure no one's paying much of an interest more than usual, being a person of his status.
I see. Then, one hand will go to the coat real quick inside, actually grabbing a necklace from around. Go back to holding underneath the bowl. Hold it out, tap the bowl 3 times into the palm. Quickly put the signet, the mark of office that I get from the background, in the bowl. Tap it to the left once, hold it up, and as I do, move it to the other hand and quickly palm it away, and say the specific words. Lift the burden of a man's from Langsmore.
As he approaches the long robe drifting behind him, he leans down, hand in his robe, plucks out a single gold piece, places it in the wooden bowl and says, "Your burdens have been lifted." And there's a
Very
knowing
good.
wink.
And with that, he will get up, begin to hobble away, and take the form of one of the other many just workers getting off of the tram, and stay 5 paces behind.
He nods and joins the crowd with you following behind him. Says over his shoulder towards you, "So how has your workload been?"
Oh, things have been unfortunately hard down in the mines. You wouldn't believe the buggers they have down there.
I have heard
Nothing that you can't shine a light on.
Has the person of import been retrieved?
Has the person been what? Sorry.
Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Has the person of importance been retrieved?
Aye. Canaries out of the cave.
Good.
All in one piece, too.
There's a moment of silence as the Lord Inquisitor looks around at the crowd, who no one seems to be paying him much mind. You know, ignorance of crowds and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of joins you by your side, kind of leans down a bit and sort of says in a hushed tone, "Are you to attend the meeting?"
Aye. Big meeting today with all the members. And he kind of taps the top of his head, the crown of his head. Fancy audience.
And what have you
I
gathered?
have some, well, for not being the port, I can confirm they've caught the squid. I have a rotten specimen.
And where exactly has the rot spread to?
The rot has spread throughout the unconscious mind. I have a tumor hidden away in a jar. let's just say it's quite the sideshow.
Then I look forward to seeing it removed.
Indeed. Good news. Let's just say lunch is on. I've gotten the cousins to come on by to help us with work for a brighter future. Along with that, they've brought friends too. Unexpected but welcome.
It is good to gain a positive reputation with the locals, with their family. To look better on us. And with that,
So,
go ahead. Sorry, I thought you'd finished. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. So, I can think of 3 infractions, and quite grave. I believe we will be needing intervention.
I suspect so. Unfortunate, but necessary. But we must not forget that these family members are our allies.
Aye, for now.
This must be approached delicately.
It will be done. I'd like to invite you to our little meeting. I have a feeling that we'll need how would you see it? In authoritative stance. I'll have a gift coming out for you. On a big floating silver platter.
Very good. And believe me, I have already accepted this invitation. So, if you would join me, he says as he kind of gestures out towards the crowds. There's a gesture for him to continue following him. And with that, you make your way towards the palace. Disappearing into the crowds. Let's see. Grunker, did you want to do anything before this meeting?
Yeah. Let's see here. I would like to take these magma caps, and I would like to prepare them.
Remind me how you were going to prepare them again?
It's basically just dry. You cut the actual stem off, so they're like the stem is not really used.
Okay.
And then you basically dry them, which I guess would be, a longer procedure, but you could easily start and basically hang them up to dry.
Alright, doing this in the palace in your room, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Alright.
Best place to do so. Probably over there, there was an open fire, right? Or was that?
There was a fireplace, yes.
Yeah, they're probably gonna hang it over there so they dry a little bit faster.
Okay.
Also looking at. Let's see. Probably gonna go and get himself a couple of more healer kits.
Okay. Healer's kits will cost you...
They're not that expensive.
No, they're not really expensive. About 5 gold each.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy. Let's see, how many do I have left? I have 2 left. I'm probably gonna buy like 6.
Okay. So, total of 30 gold.
Yep. Let's put that up there. And also gonna buy a bunch of bolts.
Alright.
Because I don't have any.
Crossbow bolts, yeah? So... Munition... Oh, it doesn't say how many. I'll say you can just buy like 20 bolts for what, 10 gold?
20 volts, 10 gold.
Yeah,
Alright, probably gonna buy 60.
okay, so just mark off 30 gold.
Yeah, let's see here. 60 bolts. Alright. I don't think there was too much else.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it for now.
Alright. So, after a full day's to yourselves, mentally preparing, relaxing, and just overall trying to contemplate the last couple months of events, you all kind of reconvene outside of the palace walls. You have a moment to chat to each other.
And the moment's gone.
Don't all speak at once,
Forgot
guys.
it was muted. I'm smart.
There you go.
I was talking in character like a big dingo. So it's just us around, right?
Yeah, it's just you guys. You've all kind of reconvened outside of the palace here.
Right. I want to mention something to everyone before we go in. About this whole prophecy line. I'm thinking we'd want to keep this with just us. Less people know. But I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page before anyone says it. You can tell he's purposely being vague about the context. The fact that we're in a palace and there's ears probably everywhere.
Is this right before we're going in?
This is before
After the 8
going in.
hours?
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe I would be here for this.
Yeah, but would your other friend also be here?
Yeah, that's kind of the question. Is it just us or is it...
That's the question for Jenner.
The-
Who joins now?
The Lord Inquisitor has remained inside the palace. I imagine Arja's come out to sort of find the rest of his group before coming in.
Alright.
Good. Otherwise, Willem just
Yeah, just
basically-
blurted it out in front of the worst person you could.
yeah.
But no, he would have made sure it was just us for doing.
I do agree. We should try and keep the Shaish out. Salzo just turns lightly to Aja.
Yes.
We're all in agreement.
Oh,
No one
but
else
not
but us know
mentioning.
it.
Oh yes, I won't mention this to the king. I promise. He doesn't need more worry. It would only make the situation more dire.
Wait,
Okay.
were we not telling him?
About the whole prophecy. Yeah, I'm thinking the less people know, the easier it is for us.
Yeah, it's probably good.
Should Vladimir hide the egg? Vladimir does not want the wrong people getting a hold of it, especially the silencers.
Yeah, keep it out of sight.
Very wise.
Keep it out of sight until. Just keep it out of sight all times. Last week.
Vladimir nods.
So just to clarify out of character, everyone's in agreement, or I didn't hear anything from this.
Oh, he's gonna be.
What was that? What was that?
She is worn out from a long day.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Long time over there?
Yep. Liska's just gonna kind of think for a moment. Well, I mean, there has to be, at some point, a king is a holder of many secrets, and he's also a holder of power that could aid us in this prophecy. While I don't think that perhaps we should do it in a full room of individuals, perhaps a brief aside with the king might benefit us in the long run.
I would
So you
be
say we
hesitant.
should tell him?
At least, at most, the king. I doubt that. Again, secrets. He has undoubtedly many, just as I'm sure you do.
Maybe so, but he may just tell it one person too, and then on so on and so on.
I do trust that the king would be able to keep a secret. However,
The princess
hesitant.
knows.
I've asked her not to say anything just yet, till we know what page we're on.
Think who knows? Sorry.
The princess.
Oh. Well, she wasn't there when we first learned of it. She didn't go into Crystal Realm. She wasn't with us when we visited the Spider Queen. All she knows is that we have a glowing egg.
Yeah, out of character, Jana. We had a discussion in DMs about whether or not she would be told, and I'm like, no.
But she would know that you guys have a magic egg. That's about
Right. Well, I
that's
would have
about
said that. Yeah. Okay. Then the result of that conversation we had is still the same.
Yeah.
Don't say anything about the glowing egg.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to clarify that point before we went on with this conversation. Well, she doesn't know much, but she knows we got something magical and unique. So, just to be safe, maybe leave it at that.
Well, I'd rather have help doing something that, needs to save the world. And I wouldn't. Like, you're a mercenary group, and you do your own thing, but where I come from, it's good to have people at your side to help, hold the line.
until they stab you in the back.
Never really had that an issue in Torment. Don't know about you, but I trusted the people beside me.
Show of hands who think we should tell the king.
Tao sort of holds up her hand, but in a visible, sort of reluctant manner. I am hesitant mostly because we know the absolute impact it will have. And if this goes wrong, we are to account for this. So is the rest of it. So I wanna make damn sure we only tell the absolute most necessary people. Even then,
Anybody else put their hand up?
I mean, this was the one that suggested it. so-
Well, yeah, I imagine this is going up. I'm going to assume by the silence that nobody else puts their hand up. Unless everyone's strangely quiet for some reason.
Yeah, I would imagine everyone else keeps their hands down.
I don't want to make assumptions, but nobody's saying anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of anything like.
No, not really.
Alright then.
Well, it's 3-2. Maybe later on we can rethink it, but for now, it might be best just to keep it hush.
What do you think would happen that would make it bad? I'm curious. Like, how does a prophecy that would help save the world go poorly, except if the wrong people heard it? And even then, the wrong people hearing it would be the people trying to stop us anyway.
There may be other parties at play that may want to take advantage of the information.
You
Use it
think
to...
the king is one of them?
No. But much like we're deciding just to tell one person, he may decide to confide in one person as well. And that grows and grows until the wrong person knows.
See, the issue with what you're saying is that, by that definition, what's the saying? It is in I forget what in Ambrosia it is kind of common. The best way for two people to keep a secret is for one of them to be dead.
See, I heard a different saying. Bit of an old one, but still holds true to me. Best way to keep a secret is to keep it to yourself. Second best is to tell one other person. There is no third best.
Well, since there is, and Liska actively moves her finger around each of us, 5 who know the secret, that already kind of negates yours. And
It's figurative, Liska. Don't be so literal.
6 if you count vitamin.
true. But again, as I'm saying, your worry about the diffusion of a secret among this many people is already somewhat I don't know. paranoid?
You gotta be careful who you can trust. And with everything we went through, I can at least trust that if you're not gonna blab, then you're not gonna blab. But we need to make a decision on that. Other people, like somebody I don't even know, like the king. I don't know his brothers. I don't know his past. I don't know anything about him besides the fact that he's the king.
And that's true. I've been in this city for quite a long time, and the king is a very good person. I've only known you for, 2 weeks? And one of your number already was highly suspect. Judging by that, I probably shouldn't trust you.
I say we do it like this. We tell the king, but in a more one-on-one.
Oh yeah, I figured that would be the case. And just in case... Alright. We'll tell the king, just the king. But for the time being, besides that, we don't tell anyone.
I wasn't planning on it.
Who would I tell? I have wanted for my life.
Well, when we can get a moment with him, we'll use the earrings so then there's no chance of anyone listening. We can give him the old deal.
If you trust the king, then Vladimir will be okay with it.
Trusting you here on this, Liska. You say he's a good man, and I'll believe you on that.
Yeah, as long as, there's no one else there.
Well, here's another interesting thing. He's also your king, or at least the king of the lands that you're in. If you withhold really important secrets from him, that might, I don't know, lead to the destruction of his kingdom and possibly a large sum of the world. That might be seen as treason and get you expelled or executed or worse. So either be really good at not getting caught, or don't hide anything. Sort of what you're willing to deal with.
Right, well, it's decided either way. Oh, by the way, Vladimir picked up of something. There's some sort of new magic trick. Or something, wasn't it, Vladimir?
Sorry, what was that?
Velem's changing the subject from the awkward moment to remark on Vladimir's recent discovery, recent success.
Alright.
Yes, Vladimir thinks she can teleport stuff.
Yeah, she was working out in the snow. We're doing some symbols in the circle. To some success, but yeah.
Vladimir thinks it does not work yet, because she needs to connect it to stuff.
Ah, yes. Did you make, say, a teleportation circle?
Sure, we will call it that.
Okay. Where did you get this idea for a circle?
It is Vladimir saw it in her dreams last night. You see, we were, like I told Velen, we were traveling a lot through waystones. Perhaps it rubbed off on Vladimir like some inspiration. But magic comes to Vladimir like a feeling.
How very innate. Very well. So you know, these things tend to require a bond. Some rings are able to jump to one another, some stones bound to specific locations or mobile. There are many great circles scattered throughout the known world, including, say, in Balkreath, where it's a fixed place. Having visited once, or being in another fixed location bound to it, you can jump to places that you've met, places that are connected to some solid circle. They do require some connection, some place to go. They don't simply just move you. Think of it more as your circle is the frame of a door, and you walking through it is going from one side of it to another. Except instead of room to room, it's continent to continent.
Wow. I mean, Vadmir could jump to the other side of the world?
Yes. Across oceans, across the world, all you must have is simply a circle that is bound to another. Most capitals have one. In fact, I bet you could go from this capital to, say, Balkreath or Langsmore.
Vadmir has heard a lot of stuff about the Nexus.
Ah, yes.
It takes a lot of paperwork to do that.
Ah, yes.
And Vadmir does not want to put extra strain where it is not needed. She could get in trouble for that.
As an Inquisitor, let me tell you something very important about paperwork. Looks left, looks right, and leans down to her. And there's a glance up at the party and looks back to her. If you can avoid it, never do any paperwork.
Paperwork is very, very boring.
He covers the side of his face, so he's looking at her. He leans in, he nods and he winks, and he stands back up. Now, I believe we've settled our affairs. Vellum, have you been satisfied with our little discussion of her new little trick?
Yep, and I'm sure over time you'll master that and many other things, Robbie.
It's at that point the massive stone doors of the palace grind open, and see a couple of mountain guards come out, nod towards your group. The king will see you now.
You're gonna walk on in.
We're led over the king's promenade. The sweltering of the magma kind of hits your faces. Eventually led into the Hall of Kings. You see the immense depictions of many dwarven kings of old, and to some of you the familiar scratched out face of one of the murals.
King, you're dead now.
Initially,
What?
and
Stop. Yep, stop. There we go. Okay, sorry. Okay. Wrong one.
Wrong one!
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you have anything else to say to each other, now is the time to do it. You are not you're not told to put away your weapons as is usually custom here, as you seem to have gained a lot more trust with the king and his royal court.
Oh, Liska's just like in normal clothes right now.
Mm-hmm.
Why you gotta do this to me, Jade? Are you sure you don't want to talk about anything? Fuck, have I missed something? The paranoia is real. But no, I think I've got everything I needed to say beforehand. We discussed the secret keeping. Willem doesn't really have any fancier clothes than he currently owns, given that his main clothing was replaced by this. So,
All right.
oh, I forgot to do my masterwork rolls, by the way. So carry on while I do them in chat.
Okay. So, the secondary pair of doors opens once again. You're led into the main chamber of the king. Bringing you back over to this one. Here we go. So, as you enter into the tall halls of the throne room, you can see upon the far end before the grand throne, a long table has been set up, at which sits a number of individuals. Some familiar, others not so familiar. From left to right, you can see a number of different coloured banners: yellows, purples, greens, silvers, reds, and blues. These appear to be banners of the numerous territories around Meyland. The first individual at one end of the table, you see a verdant green crest of sickles and wheat. The banner. This is the banner of the Kingston Council, which is draped over the front of the table. And stood next to an elevated seat behind it is a middle-aged, red-haired halfling woman, dressed in elegant, noble robes tinted with earthy tones. This is, being a person of the political persuasion, Archer, you recognise this individual. This is Matron Brayla Dale, Thane of the Kingston Council. I'll copy-paste that in the chat. Next to her, further along the table, stood behind a yellow banner depicting a half-and-half shielded crest of two symmetrical lumber axes, is a balding, grim-faced, portly, elderly human male, dressed in expensive-looking ceremonial dark leathers. This is Darian Rainsley, the Lord Baron of Ansmouth. The third individual is familiar to some of you. A middle-aged woman, maybe pushing her early 50s, dark hair, a sort of conservative black noble dress, in a tiara in the shape of a tree branch, wearing through raven black hair. And she is sat behind a red banner depicting a set of scales combined with a sextant. This is Abigail Leissa, Mayor of Morkney.
Oh shit, I remember that place. Seemed like so long ago.
Indeed.
3 years.
It's all come to a head, guys. The fourth is also familiar. Stood behind a banner of purple and silver, depicting an oak tree with a crown of thorns. Human male pushing his late 40s, long, grey and black hair and a well-kept beard, dressed in purple and silver silks. This is Saris Talonwood. The current Lord of Cliffspire. You definitely know this the person with the closest values to the Commonwealth. The fifth, the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth individuals are dwarves, each standing behind silver banners depicting a series of stylized mountains above a set of crossed hammers and what's like a stylized ram's head, the crest of the Silver Kingdom. Each dwarf is crowned with a similar headband, and each wears immaculate noble robes, leathers, furs, and cloths with some accents of green and silver. The first is an old male dwarf, practically ancient looking. Long, wide beard, bald on top, covered in liver spots, a large plate of ruined bronze bolted to the side of his head. This is Khazar Runemaker, Lord of the Matanyor Canyons and King of Druvenholm, a place renowned for its high-quality gemstones and master-crafted jewelers. The second is a middle-aged female dwarf, blazing red hair, braided into a large bun topped with a large feather. She's very stern-faced, like a lady of iron, and she examines you all intently. This is Mara Freefeather, Lady of the Dagmorn Highlands and Queen of Farinholm, famous for their giant eagle riders and stubbornness in the face of danger. The third is a well-built, dark-bearded, middle-aged male dwarf, rippling with muscle and steel. His tiny points of dark brown beneath a furrowed, bushy black brow peer closely at the group. This is Thrain. Actually, hang on. I should copy paste their names in the chat for you there. It's Khazar Runemaker. Mara Freefeather, and this is Thrain Deepforger, Lord of the Northern Reaches and King of Carin Mor, a place renowned for its military might and its use as a secondary fortress town to train new members of the Iron Shield Army. Finally, the fourth dwarf is a very well-rounded dwarven gentleman. Large, brown, braided sideburns that carry on upwards into a full head of hair. He almost looks like Bombur, the fat dwarf from The Hobbit. This is Baram Hearthhide, Lord of Dragon's Mouth Bay and King of Mountainholm, which is a place renowned for its craftsmen, bakers, and fisheries. One of the nation's providers of food, second most to the halfling town of Dunmeril. And you know, Aja particularly, you know that while each dwarven hold has a king, they all pledge their allegiance to the High King, sat in the throne behind the table, overlooking the current events, with Tora and High Alchemist Dane Hammerstone at his side. You also see an array of other individuals, some of which are again familiar to you. Stood nearby Baron Hearthhide is the familiar, rosy-cheeked face of Arngrim, looking rather nervous but happy to see you. Stood next to Arngrim is Zerth Al-Lucia, gives you all a charismatic wink.
He always does.
Good to see the old gang.
He's a bard.
He sure is.
He can't wink in another way.
That's 2 hours of sleep we're helping you there, even.
Wait. He's a bird.
You also see an unfamiliar face who looks again sort of out of place. You of course have just seen this individual, Aja. This would be the Lord Inquisitor Faustino from the Papal Church of Emol in Arturus. which puts some of you a little on guard.
You don't fucking say.
Indeed. And
Liska flips on the bird. No, I'm just kidding.
he is slightly taller than Aja, maybe a couple inches. Farther off to the side, using his using his walking stick. Using a great sword and scabbard as his walking stick, standing his full 8 feet tall, smiling at you with pride, Liska, is Rathgar Whitefang.
What's the furry?
Next to him is Sahir Vadash.
This is like the fucking Lord of the Sea with characters. Love it.
It's that sweeping scene where you see everybody at the end recap just before the credits and the hero gets the medal.
Yep, Return of the King. It's like, no, we should be bowing to you. It's like, thank you, Aragorn. We're all bowing, and yet still taller than the hobbits. Sorry,
yes.
Continue.
There's you see behind Sahir, what looks like that has been seemingly wheeled into the throne room, containing an enormous cart containing the massive skull of Necrathis. Is there anyone I missed? Don't think so. I think that's about it. Okay. There is a secondary table before the council table with 5 seats, one of which is one seat is larger than the others. The High King addresses all 5 of you, and 6 with Vardmir kind of hiding behind your group. He says, "Welcome to you all, associates and members of the Black Hand, Hunter's Keep, and the Chalice Inquisition. Thank you for your cooperation in all of this." He turns his attention to the rest of the council. "As your sovereign, I commence the 75th Milan Council. You may all be seated, and we shall begin." Rator sits in his throne. The rest of the council takes their seats as you make your way up to the front of the throne room. Rator addresses the council. You all take your seats.
Sure.
No, I stand like some kind of asshole.
Are they like labeled?
Is there a
Do we have
comedically
places?
mountain folk sized seat for Liska?
Yes,
A
there
very
is.
tiny one for Grunka.
There you go, buddy.
It's got like a bunch of
There's a bit of a booster seat for Grunka.
Moving up in the world.
Yeah, there you go.
You don't have to sit on rocks anymore.
But he
I
likes
mean, it's
singing
probably
rocks.
stone, so
More comfy.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
there are dwarves.
Sorry, I just love the mental image. It's very prestigious and very important meeting of the global powers or fucking whatever, and then suddenly Grunka on a
Just
fucking
stack of
booster
books.
seat.
Like a servant comes by and just puts a booster seat in a chair.
It's
It's got like a
it's-
crank and it just goes.
It's
I'm like
it's
fucking
pushes him up.
Yeah, I'm like fucking Mark Zuckerberg in court.
yeah. It's less of a booster seat, more like the legs have been sort of ramshackly, kind of hastily extended with a couple of other wooden planks.
It's a baby
Couple of
chair.
blocks.
He's
Nice.
on a bar stool.
They probably
That's-
stone shaped the legs. It's fine.
They're dwarves.
But
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say we are taking seats. Mostly because it would be very rude / mildly informal to just stand up.
Yeah, I am better than all of you, Stacy.
Vladimir just kind of takes a seat. Just kind of takes a seat on the floor, making sure to keep the most of the backpack kind of hidden. And
Does she not get a seat?
There's 5 of them.
She was not a captain of 4.
Is there another seat for us?
Unless, Liska pats her lap and be like, let me sit here or something.
She kind of looks at you weird and says, "I'm not a toddler."
I didn't pat the lap. Let's get
I was
no
making a
shit out of time.
suggestion, not actually saying it.
Yeah.
So,
sit on the arm of mine if you remind me.
Fabian just kind of shrugs and sits on the arm of your chair then. Brator continues. I thank you all for your presence here today. As this particular council assembly is of vital importance not just to the Silver Kingdom, but quite possibly to the nation as a whole. As you might have heard, a number of threats have recently been discovered around our country. Cult activity has been on the rise around Morkney, culminating in the summoning of a monstrous creature that tore Morkney's harbours asunder. A coven of 3 hags discovered to be plaguing the forests around Dunmerrill, the breadbasket of Meyland, resulting in an exodus of trolls towards the east. Corrupt treants capturing trade caravans to starve Vansmorth of its lumber and stone, led by a group of vindictive bramble druids. A plot by infernal beings to subvert and take over Cliffspire from within. And there's a moment of pause. The return of an old foe under the wings of her scion. And an attack on our capital city, perpetrated by descendants of the Ashbite lineage. We face a crisis at a crossroads. Our armed forces and intelligence apparatuses were able to deal swiftly with some of these threats, particularly with terrible deeds wrought by the Sisterhood of Decay near Dunmerrill. Thanks to the bold actions of Agent Hayden Sean, and he kind of gestures towards Abigail Leasa, and you all see Sean himself step from the shadows.
Heck yeah, it's your boy.
When you said, like, did I forget anyone? I was very tempted to be like, where's Sean? But I guess
he's always been here, just in the shadows.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. He needed to do his dramatic reveal.
I think the purpose of Sean is like, he's always there, but like with Jammerjack, sometimes he just disappears.
Makes sense.
However, our efforts against other threats were only led to success thanks to the valiance much of your group showed. And he gestures towards your group. As well as the noble sacrifices of those associated with you that sadly could not be with us here today. In your boldest actions to date, you took the initiative and delved into the Crystalfin mines to find our princess. Only to discover a force... Only to discover a force ready to overwhelm not just Stonehollow, but potentially all of Meyland itself. Tora has briefed me on her own experiences, and I trust her words more than anyone. More than that, I should like to hear your own recounting of events. And for the benefit of the rest of the council members, I ask that you spare no details.
Out of character, Jenner, I believe that we brought this up last time we played, that summarizing a third time would sort of be weird, superfluous, so do we just want to say, and then we tell them everything, sort of thing? Because I know this is important and, noteworthy, but we have recapped the events multiple times.
Are there, like, specific... The only thing I can think of is, like, specific beats that individual, because we're in front of council, and Oh
yeah, I
there
expect
are probably
questions,
specific
but
beats.
as for
Yeah.
actually regaling them with the tale, yeah, it might eat up time that's not really necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Especially since we got a recap at the very beginning of the episode.
And last time we had 2 recaps.
I think the biggest
Well-
thing we need to actually recount is the more last bit of our adventure, namely the Beholder.
Now, how about I make it very easy for us?
Please do.
Have it.
Odger, who has been taking meticulous notes in his book, opens up his book. With a tap of his finger, the blank golden page is filled with the black ink that he's been using, that has seeped away, and he begins to recall his sleepless, every waking moment diary. Of every instance and every moment, the recording log, that we have experienced together.
Minus the parts we don't want to tell them about, of course.
Those are carefully omitted.
Slightly redacted. As Inquisitors often would.
That would be, that's hilarious. Like, da 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 da, redacted, da 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 da. It's like, wait, what's redacted? It's like,
Don't worry about it.
don't worry about it. It's, like,
Just,
it's confidential.
Grog
You
had a
don't
really
need to
bad
know
rash.
I'm
one
the
day.
king.
But you're not the
Yeah,
high
well,
king.
sorry, Jesus says I can't say that part, so.
Jesus loves you.
So Odger goes along and he reads through his meticulously kept journal. He goes over everything in incredible detail, except for the few bits that he feels should not be said because of the party's agreement.
Okay, so excluding the Twilight Prophecies, the egg.
Yeah, because it seems the party was in agreement not to say anything about that.
Okay.
We're gonna tell the king later, but not in a big meeting full of a bunch of people we don't even know a
Yeah.
few of.
Yeah, we're also gonna do the whole thing with the tell them the whole little political deal with the spider people.
Do you want to say that to everybody? I don't remember.
Well,
Do you want to just say that to the king, or say
is
about the spiders to everybody?
Nah, probably the king.
Yeah, let's save that for. We're gonna have a king talk later, and that'll be one of the topics.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes. So yeah, Odger will finish up reciting his little journal and bit and everything from his perspective, and carefully, but rather, I guess, authoritatively, with a resounding just. He closes his book and looks to the rest of you.
And that's how I recall the events. Is there anything remarkably important that happened for you that you wish to stress?
Sal sort of thinks for a moment, and then just sort of nods a bit. I died.
Yes, well, all things can be fixed with good faith. As we can see. Look at you. All breathing and alive.
As you
either way, I think that covers all the important points, Sergeant. Thank you.
As you've been reiterating these events, you notice that Dane Hammerstone has had his what looks like a large tome out, and you can see the quill rapidly behind the pages, just taking all of this in. There, you can see looks of horror, shocked faces throughout the array of nation leaders. How would Zerth and Arngrim react to this?
Zerth is memorizing everything. He doesn't need to write it down, but he's just like, like just kind of like taking everything in. Just there's odd moments where he just kind of like bobbing his head as if to a tune only he can hear, as he's like coming up with different songs and lyrics to. He's basically on the spot making up ballads and whatnot.
Like,
Ah.
how can I
Oh,
use
wow.
this?
Fucking chant.
Arngrim makes several different facial expressions maybe not too polite, but his eyebrows raises, his face squints, and he's clearly unsure how to feel about all of the news, especially the part when it focuses on what happened with the Ashbite clan and the Pyre Fists, and as the mention of the battle of Thadriel, Ashbite comes up and how he was defeated, and just takes a little chisel and just starts tapping away at his shield.
There you go. 1 down, 1,000 more to go.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah. But
I feel every emotion right now.
Yeah. And that's how he's handling it.
As you finish, Aja,
while this is happening, he's going to begin to start untying the knot on the white and gold trimmed sack that he has resting on his fancy little floating disc. Just casually going about that.
Okay.
Secrets and lies.
Secrets of cats.
Oh, hi, cat.
Yes, the dwarven roid cat. Present on every meeting.
As one of the council members, I'll have you know.
Yeah.
There's a moment where some of the, especially some of the dwarven kings and queens, they each kind of look to each other. Particularly Mara Freefeather kind of stands up, says, "So you see, there could possibly be more terrors beneath our feet."
Not possibly, it's quite sure. You have mole people, you have rat people, you have the squid people. Well, he starts to, as he finishes undoing the knot on the bag, he starts to reach into it and pauses. What else? What other terrible things lurk in the dark?
The giant eyeballs.
Ah, yes.
As you say that, one of the king himself sort of gestures a finger, and he watches a couple of the mountain guard begin hauling this massive cart of containing the giant skull of Necrathis out into view of the out into view of the council. There are looks of unabashed horror on most of their faces.
This is what did in our dear friend Salyut here.
Almost. Well,
No,
did, but
definitely.
you undid. But yeah.
Yes, we understand. Welcome back.
It looked worse when it was alive. And then
Oh, it was
alive again.
disgusting.
And then when it was raised up again. So
Oh, there's something very important too. There's a greater evil, I feel, lurking within your depths.
My ribs.
More ribs.
My God.
God damn it! God damn it!
I would say it's this.
And he finishes reaching into the bag, and it goes all the way to the shoulder. This is a bag of holding.
Callback.
Grabbing by the head, he pulls out the corpse of Mortath and sets it down on his fancy floating disc.
The corpse now, surprisingly not decayed after being in the bag of holding. It's as fresh as the day you killed him. Still bare-skinned, no clothing, no accoutrements. Just this is the clone you. No wait, no. The clone escaped.
This is this is the original.
This is the original.
With all the weird shit he had on him.
Yeah. Initially, initially, it just looks like a pile of black, kind of stained rags. But as you kind of wrench the hood back, Aja, a number of sinewy tendrils onto the disc. Again, gasps of horror and revulsion. There's no blinking, no movement from the Lord Inquisitor though.
This was found within. Not only was it found within, it was one of, I believe, 6. Yes, 7 technically. There were 6 clones. One of which we did battle, but escaped. Somewhere down there, underneath your kingdom, this thing waits. A foul mixture of a lich with whatever this squid form is. Oh. And what would that squid form be? Well, it's this. And he reaches into his robe, and he pulls out a small vial. Within it, a wiggling maggot. In a green fluid. A tadpole. Plucked.
You motherfucker.
You watch it. You can sense it squirming about, kind of knocking against the glass from within. Well, you kind of have to clench it further with your hands, lest it get knocked out of your hand, roll across the floor. And you hear it. You hear the squealing, the noxious squealing from within.
Lovely parasites. This was a terrible thing. And in a vial, store that away. We have this here. Let's see what else. There's a few more interesting pieces of evidence. You mentioned some calamities before. King, are you aware of just how dire these are?
Not until you've showed me them firsthand, no.
Ah, yes. Are you aware of what this is? A friend from the Sapphire Assembly let me borrow it. He's going to reach in, he's going to pull out a green orb. I'm sure you know what this is, as he shifts to Talonwood.
He leans back in his seat with a look of horror on his face.
Again, my apologies for your departed. This is a very unfortunate thing. Oh, unfortunate. Also unfortunate. We should, as he turns over to the mayor, reaches into the bag again and pulls out a piece of paper. We should definitely give credence, say, to the obituary of Father Princeton. It's a shame the way he had to go. Oh, and one of these names. 13 others. An adult and 12 teenagers. Found in a stone ritual circle about 70 miles to the southwest of Port Morkney, along with a massive, mutated, flesh-crafted beast put together from foul necromancy in a very twisted circle.
Sal just gives a short look over to Vellum.
This wouldn't be at all unfamiliar upon it. Sets down an awakened symbol. However, there is something that's a little bit more concerning. I would like for you to look at something else taken from your archives. a very concerning list of transactions. You see, a certain harbor master, Alston, penned this for me. And I feel it should be shared. And he's going to bring up a copy of the shipping transaction accounts from Cliffspire. Now, tracking this down, compiling this with many other personal testimonies from family and recovered children, much to the efforts of your soldiers, we have found slave trade. Quite present throughout all of Meyland. A very terrible thing, terrible indeed. But that's not the only terrible thing that had happened. Of course, you mentioned the devil infestations. Another piece of paper. These runes were found in a hidden chamber underneath Cliffspire, in the sewers. You see, these are binding and summoning runes. It's very interesting. You'd have to be quite powerful to do this. You see, it's really concerning looking at it. You see, Dismas, between the 20th and the 28th, he had an outstanding amount of awakened activity. See, gestures to the relics. See, this happened to be involved with Foster Princeton. These necromantic rituals, and of course, who could forget the siege of Port Morkney with the Bone Maw? Hundreds dead in a grand necromantic ritual. Oh, Jandis, approximately around the 17th is when you had the devil infestation. A siege on the actual manor too. Around Cerberus, the 29th, there was necromancy in the capital. Something noted was the murder of an innocent woman. Hair a copper braid. Her soul was sucked clean right out of her. We're still trying to figure out how, of course. But she was the only one. And then, of course, there's also the breaking of the Iron Gate Accord, open display of necromancy from a non-black man resident soul, not for just important needs, immediate defense of life, or ceremonial. The first time it's ever been paraded through the capital of all of Meyland. Oh, and
Flurry. As you're mentioning this, there's a flurry of whispers, as well as some acknowledgement, particularly from Darian Rainsley, the Lord of Ansmouth. He says, I should like to raise concerns about these rumours I've been here floating around concerning this parade of walking dead through this very capital city, shortly after it was attacked.
Ah, yes. And what complaints do you raise?
There's a moment where Brator kind of thuds some sort of ceremonial hammer down the ground. The council chamber falls quiet. Aye, the rumours are indeed true. The Black Hand infiltrated this very throne room through a back door when it was determined the enemy had managed to barricade themselves inside of the palace antechamber, unwittingly trapping themselves between two forces. The Iron Guard outside and the Mountain Guard in this chamber. The enemy forces were led by a Deep Dwarf warlord. They managed to batter their way through into the throne room, followed by the Iron Guard soon behind. They managed to get through thanks to the plan of a sanctioned necromancer among the Black Hand's ranks named Siren, who also aided in fending off the attackers with a few of her undead thralls. Thanks to the Black Hand's aid in dispatching the warlord, the attacking force fell soon after. However, during the battle, Balthazar, one of the Black Hand's own, fell to the warlord's siege beast. I was about to intervene to revive him, but Mr. Brackenbrick, and he kind of gestures to Angram, was swifter than I. We were unable to revive him, which prompted anger in Siren. Instead of dismissing her thralls after the battle, as any sanctioned necromancer should have done, she instead commanded them to hold her ally aloft and parade them through the city towards the sacred Dunhar sanctum, for everyone to see when she attempted to revive him there. Word came back to me after the shocking event, and before I was able to mobilise a force to arrest her for her actions at the Golden Lodge, she and her fallen ally had disappeared. There's a moment of quiet shock around the chamber as Cyrus stands up and says, "My king, this is horrifying to hear. Siren was among those who rescued my own son from death during the attempted subversion and takeover of my hold by infernal creatures. To that I owed the Black Hand a debt, and I repaid that debt with partial ownership of the erudite mines that they helped to liberate, and ownership of the manor that once belonged to my dear friend Loreno Alston, who fell to these infernal creatures. To that end, I admit that I did not want to believe these rumours, but to know for sure that one of their own has indeed so blatantly violated the Ironsgate Accord in this way fills me with a conflicted sense of betrayal. Suppose, ironically enough, a sense of betrayal that the Black Hand introduced me to when they proved to me that Mr. Alston was in fact an infernal creature in disguise, responsible for my child's illness.
If I may interject.
Oh, go ahead. I won't have to say it.
While I agree of the flagrant and excessive use of her thralls during the battle in which Balthazar gave his life to protect the throne room and to dispatch the enemies, many of us were exhausted, battered and beaten, and in no fit state to carry the rather weighty corpse of the man himself. As such, while I do not agree with the manner in which she transported it, I must say at least that it was a necessity of the time, and I would ask that such things be taken into account.
You can see Darian himself, as he's been listening to this, you can see outrage and anger within him. And as you finish that sentence, Willem, he kind of slams his fist on the table, stands up, the chair kind of gives out from behind him, says, "You gave the Black Hand a manor and a mine? When they had a necromancer with no respect for the Ironsgate Accord, how can you be so stupid? If this siren so blatantly disregards the Accord, and she disappeared with the dead body of an ally, what do you think she's gonna do? Especially now that she and her lot have a connection to a manor. How do we know that the Black Hand aren't connected to all this cult activity, eh? How do we know there's not one secretly pulling the strings to gain favours?"
Archer raises a finger.
Because where there was no noble intervention, they're the only group to rise up and solve it. And through a bit of bookkeeping, I found that they weren't in any of the locations before they arrived. Many of the times it was their first visits. There's no logical way for them to set this up.
And
In
furthermore, if I may chime in on your point, Arja,
Go ahead.
the the Black Hand have been opposed to any of these cult occurrences when they have come across them. It seems counterintuitive to be the reason for these excursions of cult activity while simultaneously stopping them themselves.
Mr. Harvard is right.
While I am not of the Black Hand by technicality, I have worked with them enough to know that seeing that, it makes no sense for this to be the case.
I would say that of all the nobles and all that had happened, throughout the entirety of the countryside, the Black Hand was the only one able to solve your problems.
Abigail Leas kind of stands up for a moment.
The Black Hand came to us in our time of need. We hired them as a band of mercenaries to investigate the ongoing cultist activity at the time, with little knowledge on what this would eventually lead to. In reality, it was something far greater than what we'd imagined, and it very quickly turned into something our forces were unprepared for. It seems that one Julius and Nathania, a pair of individuals leading this local cult outbreak, were waiting for our guard to drop come the preparations for the Night of Renewal. Further investigations since then have revealed that they desired the destruction of the town because of what lays buried beneath it. Excavations led by our court wizard, our dear Mr. Faldred Kenseth, have revealed it to be some sort of ancient temple or structure, the details of which have yet to reveal themselves.
Barum Halfhide also speaks up.
We've also discovered the remnants of some sort of ancient stone structure buried far beneath the crypts of Mountainholm, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Angren Brackenbrick and Zerthal Lucia here. But we've found no cultist activity. The Assembly's been working hard for their investigations, and some of them eggheads seem to think that the temples beneath Morkney and Mountainholm are connected somehow. He turns to Arngrim and Zerth and says, "You've both seen the entrances to this temple firsthand. What's your assessments?"
Arngrim takes a pause and sort of looks to Zerth, the word man.
You do it good.
Hold on one second. So I was unprepared for this.
Gotta find the voice again.
You're talking about the ley line temples?
I'm
assuming they're ley line temples.
Yeah, I'll give you the notes that I sent to Balth, because I forgot to send them to you. My bad.
Oh, I thought you had those.
Yeah. There you go.
Improv.
Okay, give me a second while I read through this quick.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
The one person who is the word man does not have the information on hand, and the other one does, but it's not good at
my
things.
bad. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
If only they could fuse and become the perfect being of exposition.
Exposition man. Help me, exposition man. I'm on my way. Running through the world. Okay, Zerth, being the center of attention, as he always enjoys being, kind of like perks up a bit, gets like a very like saccharine smile on his face, like very toothy, just kind of steps forward, and in that kind of voice that y'all kind of had a hint at when you first were traveling with him, but now has kind of developed into a robust, like very much a storyteller, kind of like the melodic lilt and flow of his words. Yes, we happened to go in and find a temple that, from what it seemed, was extremely old, in its countenance. It had an entrance that was attuned to dark necromantic magics. It was a sort of thing that, to be very frank, I had no idea how to deal with. But luckily, luck happens to always be on my side, and we would manage to, I guess, bring some backup. And in doing so, we managed to. Sorry, still reading through these notes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. We managed to discover a few things. You know, the standard spooky, kind of scary things like large mirrors of screaming, twisted faces, and, you know, just your standard, oh, this is totally the bad sort of area for a story. And, but it seemed that, all in all, it was at least 1,000 years old. It preceded Mountain Home's construction, which was quite a surprise given where it was. But, yes, it was something that, upon further review, we knew that it was tied to blood magic. And as such, we decided to give it to the Sapphire Assembly. Mostly because, to be fair, we didn't want to have to deal with all the ancient undead dwarves that woke up whenever we disturbed it. Then he just gives kind of like a little nod bow and then steps back with a strum of his lute. No, I'm just kidding.
I what he said.
Sean says, kind of steps forward. First time hearing him sit for a long time. I think I'll speak for most people in this chamber when I say these temples bear looking into. And while they are of major concern, I think it might be wise to address more pressing matters. Brator says, I agree. Keep the assembly on the temples. Any information gathered from them would be useful, and may shed more light on these cults as a result. But for now, I believe we must assess at hand the severe lapses in security around the nation. You have been very vocal, Azure. I hand the floor over to you. Many of you have been at the epicenters of many of these events that have unfolded through these last few months. The Council is open to suggestions.
Well, one thing I would like to say, and I say this with respect. Your kingdom gave no formal assistance to any problem that I just mentioned. The Black Hand was the only one to solve any of it. In fact, the Black Hand saved you. The Black Hand reclaimed your throne. And the Black Hand saved your only child from in my condolences, lost wife, saving your bloodline. If it weren't for the Black Hands, Meyland would have been collapsed 3 times by now. I haven't even mentioned Crothis.
What about
Maybe this is... What? Go ahead.
Are you referring to what we talked about?
Oh no. Not that bit.
Okay.
An incredibly powerful white dragon laying waste just outside of your capital, strangling the caravans moving inland. You couldn't even get out of your town if you wanted to, if it felt like it. You have to pass through a blizzard to get here.
A rather
Oh,
cold
you used
blizzard
to.
at that.
Ah, you're the one that did it. Story says that you're the one that took the final shot to kill it.
I did. To the dismay of Balthazar, but That's between me and him.
Yes. Well, still, as a member of the Black Hand, you did phenomenally. And if I recall correctly from my paperwork, you've been there for every one of these instances.
Pretty much.
So, King, while you were fighting a civil war with this, as he motions to Mortath and to the skull of Necrathus, and an entire army of a different people. Oh, and let's not mention that which, or who, should not be mentioned, which were unearthed, a grave threat to the kingdom and your authority, also put to death by the, re-death, by the very necromancers you're judging. Now, actions are important and so are the consequences, but we have to look at what they've also done. Because I've become aware they were looking to gain further influence. I'm aware they're already in forces for you, Miss Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor Leasa nods.
Mm. That means they wouldn't be able to be any military force from further. I heard they were attempting to fix that. If they had actual authority, your crown wouldn't be so heavy upon your head. In fact, if it weren't for them, with respect, your crown wouldn't be on your head. Your head wouldn't be on your shoulders right now.
There's a moment where Brator kind of it's real dark. Hands on the pommel of his ceremonial hammer as he sits upon his crystal throne. The large, bushy, bright eyebrows look kind of stir as the brown eyes, the luminescent eyes look to you, Aja. And what would you have us do?
I'd say you trust them. They're the only ones who've been able to get anything done, and right now they have the longest streak of killing the Awakened. I'll be completely honest with you, I've been investigating them for some time. No offense to you, as he turns around and looks at the party, but it has been very suspicious. But looking at you now, I can't help but feel that you are entirely incompetent to be schemers. One's dead, and the other seems to be an emotional wreck. If they are some grand mastermind, well, let's get them a moment to play their hand. They'll show themselves, you have all the proof, there you go. You stop this, and maybe all the Awakened business stops too, because there are some masterminds. If not, you've given the proper authority to the only group that has been able to successfully do anything and not die. But there is one more thing. No little authority to some mercenary group, ragtag or professional, will save your kingdom. Because they can only be in one place. And where they're not, havoc has been everywhere else. I've been talking with my Lord Inquisitor. An official missive from the Carthan Commonwealth is that the land of Meyland is a substantial threat. Not because of war, but because of incompetence. Not because you're weak, but because there's simply too much going wrong, and after the strife of a civil war, we believe that we must offer out an open palm to help lift you up, to give you alms, to give you security, to give you aid so you may rebuild in confidence. And should this Black Hand show a bad hand, you will know we are already here to cut it off.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. I will say with advantage.
Alright. Give me that raw persuasion. Give me that charisma, baby. And let's see. I think I have something else I can do with this too. God, this is just me talking to myself.
Yeah.
I will say, from an out of character standpoint, you are making very good points.
Yeah.
And I'm also gonna go ahead and throw this in too. Cool,
Let me
32.
add 4 fours onto my ridiculous roll.
If you don't think that I am worth it, I'm just gonna hold open his book and hold it out. Why don't you ask a question?
There's a moment where you see, almost as if that the High King appears to hear something in his ear. And there's a moment of deep contemplation. So, you wish to perhaps supplement our security forces with the Commonwealth?
And economic forces. And, let's say, agricultural forces. Oh, and let's not forget construction forces to help speed things along. I see you have a new door, but some of the pillars down the way look like you might need, at least some cheap human labor to help bring the marble into place.
Commonwealth.
We're neighbors. If you're a weak link, we're at risk. And if you're strong, we're stronger together. So let us help you. Otherwise, we will be the next link to break. And then what holds the rest of the world together?
Another
There's a look over to Mortath.
And indeed, you watch the glowing eyes of Brator Yonmar, the High King, look to the corpse of Mortath, look back to you, Aja, then over to the skull, the enormous skull of Necrathis. The Commonwealth has been allies with Meyland for many hundreds of years. For that chain to break now would do the world a disservice. It would do both of our nations a disservice. It's at that moment that Mara seems to coin in to what's going on here. And she kind of stands up and says, "This is preposterous! If we allow Commonwealth troops in Meyland, that gives them the foothold they need. That's their foothold in the door to make Meyland a vassal nation. Let it be known that the hold of Farrenholm objects to this absurd idea." There's nods and declarations of agreement from Darian Rainsley, Lord of Ansmouth, and Khazad Runemaker, King of Druvenholm.
Shall we just support the capital with people and resources and food? Will you be able to fight off the next giant Bone Maw or undead? I'm sure your armies are fully capable. Or are you going to have to hire a mercenary group? It'd be a shame if that mercenary group was uncertain and you had no allies to support you.
There's a deep look of distrust from Mara to you, Arngrim. That's not Arngrim. Aja.
Arger.
Yeah, sorry. Both A's. Yeah. However, Braylor Dale, the Thane of the Kingston Council. She kind of stands up in her rather elevated seat.
While there is pride in taking in, while there is pride to be taken in our independence as a nation, there is little shame in asking for aid from allies when needed in times as dire as these.
And she turns towards the High King. But I would advise you, my king, to take these supplementary forces under your command, at least for a time. There's nods and agreements of hear hear from Meyland of Morkney, Baron Hearthide of Mountainholm, and Thrain Deepforger of Carronmore.
Sal looks a bit to Aja for a moment, like she wants to speak up as well.
You know, you look like you have something to say, Salyun. Let's hear your opinion.
This may be coming from, in some eyes, a wrong perspective, but the way I see this is not only are each and every one of you facing your own troubles, but as a collective, we are facing something very much bigger than ourselves. Of course, one city is plagued by infernal incursion threatening to overtake it, which was swatted. There was a summoned creature with bones at one point. It was defeated. But what did that leave behind? Certainty, ruin, property damage beyond belief in some cases. In other cases, a seed of distrust on who you could even say is the real person that they claimed to be. Each and every one of these events has left behind a scar. But we are all gathered here to discuss how to move forward. So, as Aja suggested, this is the time where alliances are very much needed. And while I do agree, asking for help is a very sore point of pride, now would be the time to ask.
I would
That's a
like.
very good point.
Salyun, I would like you to make a persuasion check.
Can I do something to help?
Given what you've put forward, I will say sure.
Alright.
I understand you're also worried. It's not just asking for help, but the concerns of a vassal state. How about I stay behind in your court? I'll be the one to watch these men. I'll organize these resources. I'm used to doing so. I'm an accomplished scribe. And I'll make sure no one goes out of bounds. Everyone can come and contact me directly and hold me responsible. If anything goes wrong, it's my head on the block.
Right, go ahead and roll that persuasion, Salyun.
I would like to burn inspiration for advantage.
I'll help you.
You've already got advantage. You can't have two. You can't have double advantage.
Alright. Please don't fail me now.
Hey,
15.
15.
Yeah, not bad.
It's not 32, but it's good.
Hey, not everybody has modifiers out their ass.
Yeah. As you finish that, Salyun, Saros kind of stands up. Agreed. Alliances now are more valuable than ever. And if I might supplement that, well, I'm sure that our High King, is more than capable of handling this additional aid from the Commonwealth. What of the drills? What of the training? Will they not differ from the training offered from Carronmore? How organized will this supplementary force truly be if they gain an entirely new command? There's some hesitant nods of agreement from Abigail Leisa. She replies with, the Morkney garrison has proved to be an exceptional training ground for much of the Commonwealth's Kingsguard for quite some time. They've been training under a one Captain Tenwyn Drost already. I'm sure we can adapt if it comes to that, particularly if Inquisitor Arja here is to be playing an advisory role. There's some.
I would be happy to assist.
There's some. Oh, go ahead.
Vellum's. As an excuse for my silence, I'm going to say Vellum's been scoping out the various people of note here. Many of them were fervently against this at first. I want to see how many are like on the fence now, how many have come around to it, and if there's anyone still holding that would be a holdout.
I will say go ahead and make just a general insight check on the 3 who objected. 19, nice.
Very good.
You can definitely see that Khazard Runemaker, the King of Drubenholm, he seems a little more unsure than previous. The facts have seemed to have dawned on him that that Meyland does indeed face some sort of crisis, and that perhaps the time has come for allies to get involved.
Well, seeing that there's some vague uncertainties and concerns, Vellum will sort of make his presence known. If I may make an additional recommendation, I understand this is not a pleasant idea for a number of you here, as has been voiced. And along with the concerns of training them in a sufficient capacity. Now, to alleviate this in a dual sense, perhaps a trickle of forces over time is more preferred than large groups moving into the territories. That way, the first that run through the procedures are in a better position to teach their fellows in arms that come along. And it would expedite the training and alleviate any concerns of hordes of Commonwealth soldiers moving in.
So Mara interrupts and says, "Oh, so it looks less like an occupation. I see."
It would put at ease a lot of the common folks' worries, along with the adjustment from those of higher status to see these people about.
Mara seems to mutter something to herself and shakes her head, disbelievingly.
I would like to try and hear what that is.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
I'm scared it will be raised. 22.
22. She's definitely more of the just generally from your insight check earlier, she's definitely more of the sort of freedom-loving type. Land of the free, home of the brave, that sort of thing. And she's muttering to herself something about sovereignty, about we don't need foreign intervention. And this could potentially lead to something worse for Meyland.
And he's gonna try and sort of have it be as if it was the next point he was going to make, instead of as if he heard what she was saying and all that business. So this will be moving on from that and just sort of pretending he didn't hear.
Smooth.
It also means that those are the more concerned and keep a better eye on them. But in the end, it's never going to be more than the forces you already have, merely a supplement to reinforce whatever troubles may come along. So I'm trying to sort of put the implication in the minds of people that, it's not like they're going to outnumber everyone. he can keep a better eye on them, make sure they don't try anything shifty.
Okay.
So I'm basically trying to infer that point.
I will say you make one last persuasion check. The rule of 3.
Yeah. There's a lot of good points we've been We've got to deal with them holdouts. Alright, so let me just check. I do not have an inspiration, sadly.
You know what? In moments like these, I'll fucking burn it since you're working off what we've already said. I'll burn mine for you.
Yeah,
Sure, this is important. Got to get everyone on board, otherwise we get dissenters.
it's very important.
Yeah. Don't want
So,
dissenters.
advantage.
Very important for Roger, yeah.
Forget I need to do that.
I'll say carrying over your perception check on that as well. You hear that Brator kind of leans over, whispers something towards Dane. He says, you hear him say, "Dane, I need you to speak with the High Archivist at the Assembly Archives. Ask him to find anything he can on this Umbris character. If there are any connections to the Awakened, make note of them."
I think you mean Maribs.
If you know anything about Maribs,
That's not his name. That's not his name. He's supposed to be intimidating.
Also check under Maribs as a secondary source.
He also whispers something to Agent Sean as well. He says, "Agent Sean, I'd like your networks on this as well. We need a clearer picture of who this individual is, what he is, his motivations, and his associations. If an individual this powerful was behind all this, we need to know his plans." The rest of you see Sean nod, and Dane nods as well.
Now, is that just me who notices that, or is that in everyone?
With a 22, with that high being this distance away from him, yeah. That'd be just you.
Have to illuminate everyone later. But anyway,
Yeah.
persuasion roll.
Wait, everybody or just him?
Just him, just development, because he had the perception roll.
You got over 20.
Remember the advantage.
I have it toggled.
Oh,
I keep forgetting the sheet has to toggle it, but I've got it down. Okay. Oh boy, a double fail!
How? How?
Cool.
That's very impressive.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna check my sheet, see if I've got anything.
2.5%.
Fuck my life. That's my luck in a nutshell. Sorry you wasted your inspiration, Dougie.
I am both impressed, mortified, and speechless.
I sure am
Don't
glad.
make me do the
critical
thing to
failures
try
don't
and
have
save
skill
this.
checks. It's probably going to be ignored though, thankfully.
So do you have anything to save that?
I'm afraid I don't. Indomitable only works on saves, and I don't have an inspiration. And even then, the inspiration has already been used by Ducky for this. I'm scouring my features.
You inspired a 1 into another 1.
Yeah, it was so inspired.
Yeah.
But I was trying, man.
As you finish your sentence, Mara says, "Mark my words. If this motion goes through, this will spend the end of Meyland." And there's some looks between each of the leaders.
Well, I hope in time the success of this will ease any worries you might have. And then he will sort of let the floor be opened once more and his interjection end. I'm sorry, everyone. I tried.
No. That was a cool character moment. Well then, Arger will once again raise a finger. Well, a potential solution. What if your region breaks off? All the resources that would be given to you is given to all the others, and we swear not to go beyond your borders whatsoever. You have your own sovereignty. You're not going to be involved with any of us. Any of Kartha, any of Meyland. You are your own sovereignty. Now, King, that means you lose them, but if they're unwilling to work with you, what have you really lost? And that means you will gain all of their resources that we would have given to them,
Over to you. Oh, and to you, and to you. Bigger cut of the pie if you don't want to be a part of it.
There's some more shocked looks between the leaders' faces, and you see I've already forgotten her name. You see the matron, Brayla Dale. She kind of stands up and says, "What you're proposing is secession from Meyland. Do you realise..."
What is her argument then? I'm trying to phrase her argument in a way that you understand. Not that I don't think you can, but beyond the heat and the fervor, that's what you're proposing. To say that this will be the end of Meyland because you won't cooperate? Or because we're going to destroy it? Our chains were broken together and they were reforged as neighbors and as allies. Do you think that we intend to put you back in shackles? Do you think that a lowly of your longest ally? We're offering help because you're weak. Because if someone takes you over, they'll come take us over too. We're just as scared for us as we are for you. We're invested in your success.
There's some expectant looks towards Arngrim and Zerth. It seems there is some curiosity towards your perspectives as well.
Well, Zerth is going to be kind of following this back and forth and just he's just kind of going to give a shrug. It's like, I am from a quite different land. It is not something... Hold on, you make sure. It is not something that I necessarily should be privy to. The workings of Ragnarok are quite different than what you are proposing. And at this, Liska's going to just kind of sagely nod from her place where she's just relaxing with her hose up on the table. And then Zerth continues like, I cannot say that I have any love for the Commonwealth, but it seems to me that he is very good at and quite succeeding at talking you out of your kingdom.
There's some pursed lips from across the room, and seems those words have hit a bit of a, wouldn't say a sore spot, but more of a actually he's kind of right. That's the sense you gather.
Yes. In case it was lost, I was being facetious when saying that you secede. But now I'm curious. What makes you think? Do you think I'm talking you out of the kingdom for... Excuse me, food in the throat. Do you think I'm talking them out of the kingdom for having aid? Or for the facetious remark of refusing assistance over pride is the same as splitting up?
Well, given the fact, and I'm assuming you're talking to Zerth for that, he's going to, it's like, given the fact that you have said multiple times that your kingdom would fall if their kingdom fell, it implies that both of your kingdoms are quite weak. Should they send troops to your kingdom, if that seems to be the case?
Oh, well, my kingdom isn't going through a civil war. My kingdom just got incredibly stronger, and we got a bolster of thousands of migrants that are incredibly technologically advanced. My kingdom has been doing better than it has in quite a long time, and we're gonna go up from here. The problem is that I'm not the one stuck between civil wars and awakened plagues. The worst thing that's happened is dragons have started raiding on the west coast.
But other than that, I mean, that's as we see, a Hunter's Keep problem to solve.
Well, so, again, it is interesting that you keep using civil war, because it seems like it was more of an invasion. I do not think the country of Meyland is at war with itself. Also, if dragons are a Hunter's Keep thing, then why would you put it at the feet of the kingdom as the High King as an issue with his kingdom? And it doesn't seem that... Well, I agree that there's a lot of interesting things that is happening. I do not necessarily agree that they all coincide and are at fault of the king. There are a lot of coincidences, I would say. A lot of interesting things. I'm sure if we went around the country of Meyland and cherry-picked such things as that, a lot of issues would be happening as well. Again, it just seems peculiar that you're doing all you can to try to ingratiate troops inside a neighboring kingdom. Personally, the idea is preposterous for one of Ragnarok, because we prefer to function on our own. But again, I am from a different place and different possibilities. It is not necessarily my place to say anything. It is just fun watching you pull their strings. Sorry. It is just from the play on words. It is fun watching you discuss your options.
Well, a man of a lute definitely knows how to pluck strings. I'm glad you can tell. The fact is, there are things that, as he looks to the party and looks back, would be disrupting if things continue down the course.
Then the course
There's
you're
a greater
proposing,
threat.
or in general?
Oh, and without the support, Meyland will fall. In fact, what were the words? There
It
was
seems
an
a very
ominous
important
word.
thing. You should probably... I feel like if... Do you know something that needs to be said?
You know what? Yes. I'm gonna turn to the others. I won't say it all, but I will say this. And he's going to clear his throat and do his little magic. And he'll take the image of the man that was in the mirror. And he will recite the very same threat that was issued to them after defeating Necrathus, reborn as the Death Tyrant.
There is very... you're going to recite it, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to see if we have it written somewhere, but I remember the gist of it. If you want to do your fancy little voice thing, you can, because I know you know what it is word for word. I've forgotten what it is.
I
word for
can give you it, actually. Give me a moment.
word. I don't have the fancy voice effect, but you're welcome to read over it and say what he says. Because he has disguised himself to take the form of the man in the mirror, and through his power of actor, will mimic his voice and the movements.
There you go.
In the party chat?
DMs.
I don't see DMs on... There you go. I care not for your names, but I will remember your faces, and I will know you in time. Know this. Your interference here will stain your hands in the rivers of blood soon to wash over these lands. Make peace with your loved ones while you can, for they will drown. Your friends will be burned alive. Your kings and your lords will be suffocated, and your cities crushed. Insects. With that, he will revert back.
There is a wave of frightened silence throughout the chamber.
Do you see why I wish for us to band together? Because we would be picked off alone.
Is this the Zerth again, or someone else?
To everyone. But he will say specifically to Zerth. Though I'm not offering that the men of Kartha go to your lands. I do extend an open hand for friendship to Ragnarok.
At that, Zerth laughs. Oh, sorry, that was amusing. No, Ragnarok will not need your help. That is fine. I mean, you are free to send your offerings. I do not speak on behalf of Ragnarok. That is those far above me to say. But I think we will be fine. After all, he did say your lands, lords and loved ones, so that includes you as well. Unless he omitted you from his threat.
You're just gonna thumb over to Liska. I wonder if it's generational. Excuse me. I didn't mean to imply.
Liska just kind of like shrugs. Oh, it was no threat. I didn't take it as such. Many have tried to cow Ragnarok. None have succeeded. And at that, she pointedly looks at Azure and the High Inquisitor.
You sense the slight bitterness after the Crusading War is still there, even though not overt.
Maybe you should stop being a bitch.
Is that the Liska? Or is that somebody else?
No, I'm talking about with their Inquisitor, man. Fucking. Sorry, continue.
Bertoa,
Well, I've said my piece, I've offered my deals, and bent my neck. Is there anything else for anyone to add? Black Hand and the company. Council.
Bertoa says, "It's clear that we're on the brink. With this proposal on the table, before the Milan Council, I ask this. To deal with these newly surfaced threats, unprecedented threats to the nation, shall we bolster our forces with those offered by the Commonwealth, and temporarily bring them under Meyland's command with Azure as advisor, until such a time as these threats are ceased?" There's a momentary pause. You see the first of them, Abigail Leisa, stands. It seems as though the reality has dawned on many of them. The second who stands, Brayla Dale. The third, Thrain Deepforger. And the fourth is Baram Hearthhide. Each of them, aye, in unison. Bertor then says, "Shall we take on these forces? With the Commonwealth at their helm?" Saris stands up, the raised hand. "Aye." Bertor says, "Shall we instead rally the Iron Shield? The forces of the Holds together, and introduce new measures to combat these threats as an independent nation?" There are 3 resounding ayes from Mara Freefeather, Darian Rainsley, and a very hesitant aye from Khazard's Runemaker. Seems your double nat one was was enough to put him back on the opposing side, Vellum?
I'm working on it. So, okay. Final thing before we find me. Since, I feel like this is going to adjourn after the votes have been taken. Out of the holdouts, the 3 that voted to, I assume, reject the Commonwealth's forces and rally themselves and whatnot as independents, is there, for lack of a better term, an alpha? One that seems to have more sway.
Mara radiates. Mara radiates Iron Lady energy.
Okay, sorry, I just need to know that for later. Don't worry about why. Carry on.
Channeling her inner Margaret Thatcher.
Sort of.
Margaret Freefeather.
Yeah.
But please continue. I just needed that very pertinent information before I proceed.
So, Brator, resting his hands on the pommel of his hammer, lifts it up and tang, 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 clangs it against the ground with an echoing clang. I vote in favour of taking the supplementary forces under Meyland's command, and under the advisory role of Asher. Thus, the eyes outnumber the knees. We shall take on this force to deal with the threats to our nation, provided they are offered in good faith by the Commonwealth. And Bator particularly looks to Mara as he says that, who immediately exclaims, "My king! Our hold lost its freedom once 50 years ago under the tyranny of Milan. I beseech you, please reconsider. This will backfire spectacularly. My only concern is the freedom of this unified nation." Bertor immediately responds with, "The council has decided, Mara. While you need not take any of these forces on yourself, there are other holds who need the aid." There's a moment as the High Inquisitor looks towards you, Arja, and almost as if he's about to, he himself is about to step forward with something on his mind, a topic that needs bringing up.
Turn and nod.
Okay.
Boy, here we go.
So anyway, I started blast.
Anyway, Eldritch Blast.
The assassination attempt is go! Clank, think of Carol on the table.
Oh god, Sayun, the assassin's back.
Oh no.
Shut a fucking
Suddenly flying swords everywhere.
The Lord Inquisitor steps forward, very intimidating in his physique, in his stature, and says, "Now that topic is out of the way and done with, there is also the question of a monstrous creature within the Commonwealth supposedly patrolling its skies." And with that he sort of takes his gaze away from Arja towards Wrathgar Whitefang. "And the possible connection it may have to Meyland. A number of small fishing vessels around the northern peninsula of Mirth are reported to have seen a large, misshapen dragon-like entity in the foggy skies. I would have otherwise attributed this to hallucinations from the cold, but as a Lord Inquisitor I have a gut feeling, shall we say, for strange events. That is when I contacted the Carthan branch of the Hunter's Keep, and also contacted our fellow Inquisitor as part of his investigation into the events happening within Meyland. There's a slightly expectant look to Arja, as if a look to supposedly back up his views.
Quite. Flips through his book. A great beast of, let's see, black and purple desiccated flesh. Its body made of worms and tendrils, writhing in the air as no creature should. And where it breathes instead of fire, a scream in your mind that has driven fishermen to jump off the boat, wailing into the depths. Those were the dragons, by the way, I mentioned upon the west coast.
The Lord Inquisitor gives an approving nod. Rathgar speaks up and says, "The hunters keep the..." Hang on.
You can do it, buddy.
Yeah.
The Hunters Keep received some word of this some days ago. With the information given to us by our fellow hunter, Liska, upon her return from the huntsman's test, to introduce members of the Black Hand to the Hunters Keep. We believe that somehow Prothis was risen back to life. And Liska suspects that it was caused by a member of the Black Hand, Balthazar.
There's gasps and panicked whispers that fill the room, which are quickly silenced by Brator's hammer yet again. And there's some expectant looks towards you, Liska.
At this point, Liska's gonna finally take her hooves off the table, and I guess stand all 10 feet of her. Huge, fucking huge. Yeah, so she's going to look around, mostly she's going to glance around to the assembled, and then once she starts talking, just focus on Rathgar. Yes, after the dragon was slain by the well-aim of Saoyun, it tumbled from the sky and landed with Balthazar upon it. There's a brief exchange. It was unknown, but I thought nothing of it. And then we proceeded with the harvesting. We managed to get quite a heady sum, including the head itself. But upon turning to leave, a metamorphosis happened with the dragon, and it turned into a nightmarish creature. And there was a voice that spoke out and showed obeisance to Balthazar, mentioning something of a kingdom. And then I tried to slay it. No one else in the group, and with this she actually gives a glare to the rest of the party, sought to aid me, except Kronka. And it was with some consternation that it managed to escape. Sadly, I think the party was a little too beat to take on such a creature, a dragon, again. I can only do so much. And she gives slight flex because she's awesome.
Sal sort of just chimes in real quick. To be fair, not all of us have legs the size of other people.
I recall falling off a cliff, so I wasn't about to go chase it down again.
Well, I mean, I jumped after you.
Much appreciated. Carry on.
My point exactly.
Liska just kind of gives a smile and again flexes her fucking tree trunk legs.
Hrothgar speaks out, says,
Liska has been a long time huntress of the keep, and a stalwart ally. I trust her reputation and word. But we must also speak the truth. And if this is indeed true, then Balthazar will be stripped of his title as hunter and expelled from the keep. We are in the business of slaying monsters that threaten civilized society, not creating them. It is beyond our purview to enforce laws, but the keep will be open to investigations regarding this event, and take actions to cooperate and to clear its name. For now, we will prioritize our best hunters away from other contracts already in the Commonwealth, and towards this effort, to find and slay this beast before it can cause any severe damage to innocent lives.
The Lord Inquisitor says, a contract has already been created, Sir Whitefang. The Chalice expects the best hunters available. There's a momentary look towards you, Aja, to see if you have anything to say on this.
To see if I have anything to say on a contract for the beast?
If you have anything additional to input to this.
He's going to sort of rub the chin of his mask. He's going to look to the other. I don't think there's anything more I can say. Isn't that right?
You say that to Liska or anyone?
No, that's just saying it about.
Okay.
There's nothing more you can say.
Alright. Hrothgar kind of continues. As he kind of looks towards the massive beholder skull.
Which reminds me, Liska. Your slaying of this dangerous creature is unprecedented. The fact that you worked with these heroes is also unprecedented. It has demonstrated that your skills as a veteran of the Keep are unparalleled. Never before has anyone in the Keep's history risked their life in such a way, not just for the nation, but thousands of innocents within it. You have clearly lived up to the oath you took when joining the Keep, and have continued to be a paragon of its values.
You watch as Hrothgar kind of seems to straighten his back, which is almost always kind of hunched over a bit. He leans his claws on the end of his pommel.
Today, Liska, I grant you the title of Grand Huntress, and all the privileges that benefits and entails.
Now, to your knowledge, Liska, every branch of the Hunter's Keep has its own Grand Hunter or Huntress that coordinates larger groups of hunters. Most hunters under a Grand Hunter's direction are novices hunting creatures like gnolls, ogres, yetis, ghosts, comparatively mundane creatures compared to the more experienced hunters who go after creatures like vampires, hags, trolls, dragons, and werewolves. A Grand Huntress might coordinate with one or two experienced hunters, compared to, say, half a dozen novice hunters. You are now second only among a select few to Rathgar himself. And yeah, and as the smug thought dawns on you, you realise that Sahir now takes orders from you.
Oh. Uh-oh.
And as you look next to Rathgar at Sahir, you see her give you a look as if to say, "Don't push it."
And some people say that Liska's ego grew 3 sizes that day.
Just, half chub. So Liska there's a brief flash of surprise, but then she solemnly nods and gives a short bow. I will do my best to keep honor to the keep and fulfill my oath.
So, privileges typically entail the use of the pack leader's chambers as your own when he's not around. That's a complete access by you and anyone you allow into the keep, and the advanced training rooms, which you know have advanced automated training golems donated by a one Timi Ultaimi from the Polymath College in the Dominion of Doubt.
I'm sorry, what was his name? Teamy or Tiny?
Her name was Timi Ultaimi.
Teamy Ultiny. That is adorable. And she could
Teamy
probably
the Tiny.
destroy any of us that thought.
Teamy the Tiny. Okay.
Teamy O'Tiny. Is that it?
Timi Ultaimi.
Teamy Ultiny.
Tie me, as in me.
Tiny, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, sorry. Carry on. I thought I misheard and it seemed hilarious.
It's tiny and will forever be that way.
Please tell me she's an imp.
It's like Maribs. Maribs and Tiny.
Liska and Zerth, both of you recognise this. This is the first and foremost expert of draconic arcanology. She's an imp that lives within that resides within the Polymath College.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Liska would know that that's what it is, but Zerth wouldn't necessarily know the benefits of like the that come with being a Grand Huntress. But exactly.
Oh no! Wait, no. Sorry.
Who says she sits down? She's
Sorry.
letting it go.
My bad. I misread that one, thinking it was out loud. But no, this is specifically to Liska. My bad.
Yeah, she'd understand. Like she would know of. Like she'd know of the advanced training rooms and golems and like what those entail. So yeah, I guess because she knows what is part of it and she's heard of it, it's not as huge a thing to her. But as a player, yes, it is cool to know that is what is in there. It's just Liska, in and of itself, she's just sitting there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I finally get to try those out.
Yeah, it's the fact that you now get access to this chamber as a Grand Huntress.
Hey, yeah, you don't have to sneak in anymore.
Hey, shush. Don't throw me under the bus.
Can't promise anything.
We would like to throw you under the bus, but we physically can't. We can't even lift Liska.
We can't throw you under the bus. You are the bus.
Damn it! Beat me to it.
So, Brator, Brator nods towards Rathgar and Liska and says, I should also like to decree that I will hereby order the creation of a specialised section of our army tasked with patrolling and safeguarding the deepest parts of our mining operations across the Silver Kingdom's territories. We previously relied on the Iron Guard, but it's clear that the deep dark holds many dangers. And he gestures towards the corpse of Mortath and the massive skull. As such, those dangers must be matched by an elite force who remain vigilant in the face of them. Sir Whitefang, I trust that the Keep may share some knowledge, experience and tactics to this force.
Indeed. The darkness below holds many terrors, as have been shown and described by these individuals. Some of which, as we have also seen, have not yet been encountered by the Keep. The Assembly holds much of these eldritch beings in the same vein as myth and legend, but the revelations here today will likely change that. I will speak to the Assembly to gain knowledge on what they know of these mind flayers and these beholders. Then we can work to build your force. They will become monster slayers in their own right, capable of dealing with these threats.
Straw nods, says, with this in mind, I should like to speak with Angrim Brackenbrick and Zerth Alducia. Please, step forward, the both of you.
Zerth does so without noises.
I'm gonna have to remove some mushrooms growing in his head.
He may or may not have been having a star.
I fucking love Argo. He's so awkward, but so...
Hello, Angrim. So as you both step forward towards the foot of the crystal throne, Ritor says, "There is no doubt that your efforts during the attack on our city were noble and valiant. And you have many thanks for being among those to save my life. You, Angrim, have demonstrated patriotism, selflessness, honour and valour in defending this nation from those that would seek to tear it down. And I likewise thank you, Zerth, for the same. As High King..."
An extraneous bow.
Oh.
Zerth just gives a very fancy bow.
With a flourish.
Yep.
As High King, I offer you, Angrim, the position of Mountain Guard, and may stand among my personal escort. You are also hereby gifted with the Royal Seal. The both of you.
I almost made that sound.
Eyebrows shoot up. Looks to Zerth. Reaches up to try and pat him on the back.
Zerth just gives a supportive smile. It's like, good job. Says mutters in Dwarven. Use the words, Arvin. Use the words.
That's a big fuck. That's a big fucking deal. I kind of makes a fist and puts it to his chest. Hold on, fix the wrist. Okay, like that to his chest. Thank you, High King. I will do you proud. And kind of waddles and fixes his posture. Eyes glance towards Zerth, am I doing this right?
He just gives you another nod as a part of smile. It's you basically conveying with his eyes, "You got this, buddy."
Tora comes forward down from the throne side, holding a polished bronze box, and offers it to you, Angrim, and sort of whispers under her breath, "I put something in there for you, myself. Got it from his personal stash. I'm sure my dad won't mind."
Dankest weed in all the kingdoms.
Dankest pipes rude.
Oh, should I open it? Now or? Okay, I'll just.
Priscilla just gestures as if to say, "Sure, go ahead." as you open the box to fine red velvet, upon which sits a pair of polished pure silver rings. The emerald gemstones nested within them have been delicately and carefully engraved with the royal crest of the Silver Kingdom. You've seen it depicted in other places as a large diamond-shaped gemstone, similar to the one on the silver crown on the Praetor's head, surrounded by silver filigrees backed by crossed hammers. The rings are both immaculate in their designs. You see, tucked very sneakily behind the velvet is a vial of clear liquid with tiny flecks of gold floating within. You've seen this before, Angrim. You've seen this before, Angrim, and it's often reserved for the upper crust of dwarven society. This is a vial containing an oil of growth, often used for artificially growing facial hair out far more than it normally would naturally. And there seems to be 3 doses within this vial.
Oh boy.
He's gonna get a beard.
His mustache wiggles side to side. Anticipation.
A pair of mountain guards begin hauling a medium-sized strong box into view and sit it beside you, Angrim and Zerthin, and kind of walk back. And Praetor says, "The royal seal grants you full access to the palace, its guards quarters, and you may come and go as you please. It's reached my ears that you are a wanderer of sorts seeking glory."
Oh, I guess this is him talking to Zerth.
Talking to Angrim right now.
It's the pair. Oh.
Okay.
Well, yes, indeed. As he kind of motions to his big ass fuck off shield. I'm seeking glory and traditional righteousness.
An admirable goal. Thus, you will also gain access to the Nexus, free to be an example of dwarven pride, honour, and tradition out to the wider world.
Nexus. That's quite important.
Praetor turns towards Zerth this time. Zerth, though the title of Mountain Guard is strictly a dwarven tradition, I, nonetheless, also grant you the royal seal to the Silver Kingdom. Access to the Nexus and a favour owed. Rumour has it that you're seeking to learn from a bardic master here in Dunhollow.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, I have already, yes, King, it is so. I am on a journey to meet all the bardic masters that, dot the world.
Well then, should you wish, as a favour owed, I may request for you tutelage from Master Galen Ironsong. He teaches mastery of song and arts in the Ogre's Tower, and has been seeking someone talented enough to hand his knowledge down to. I also believe something was mentioned about a magical silver harp.
Aye?
I know, out of character, I know Argrim was making a harp. Is that what you're talking about? Or is this something else?
Yeah.
Did you not
That
give me
is
notes
the
again, Jenner?
It seems to... Sorry, I think let me double check my notes because I think this would be. Oh yes, this wouldn't be the harp that Arngrim's making though. This is likely some sort of different harp, some sort of different item entirely.
I do not necessarily know of a silver harp, but I am always happy to look at such glorious instruments.
Then I can set that up for you. Which is
Thank you, High King.
gives you a nod. You watch a couple of the mountain guards kind of lift up the lid of the silver, the enormous kind of medium-sized strong box, and present it towards you, the both of you. And you see a number of items within. The first is what appears to be an immaculately crafted hammer of dark steel, gilded with accents of gold and bronze. The head itself is shaped like a masterwork anvil, and upon the top is inscribed a number of intricate runes that hum with a luminescent blue power. Gestures for you to take it, Arngrim.
Slowly reaches in, grabs it, lifts it up high, and looks.
Something from my personal collection. It's been a display piece for years, crafted and given to me as a gift by Dengar Runemole. Arngrim, this name sparks images in your mind already. You know Dengar Runemole as a famous runesmith, and one of the few individuals allowed to smith at the Dunheart Forge. He's on par with Tora in terms of renown.
Oh wow!
I think it would be better used in your hands, Mountain Guard.
Oh, there goes somebody.
Should you wish, I may also give you a chance to work with Dengar at the Dunheart Forge, to give your armour a polish befitting that of your title.
I would be ecstatic.
Perhaps we can get
Thank you.
Perhaps we can get you fixed up for the Eve of Shattered Irons.
I'll do proud.
The second item in the box is an immaculate silver necklace. The pendant is in the shape of a crowned hammer, the symbol of doom. Alongside it are four kind of smaller pendants wrought in silver. You've seen some of these before among the more powerful priests and priestesses of Dune. This is a necklace of prayer beads. For you, Archer. And Archer? No, Arngrim. Fuck.
Just fuse them together as an Archer group.
Arngrim. Arngrim?
Arngrim.
Arnger.
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 Couple of ciphers in there. It'll be fine.
But for me, so many gifts. You're gonna make Zerth jealous.
Speaking of which, he gestures to you, Zerth, towards a looks like a third item. Appears to be some sort of onyx ring, shaped like a guitar pick. You've heard of something like this before, though it's never really taken this shape. This appears to be custom made. Some sort of ring of spell storing.
Oh. Well. Yeah, he's gonna take that. Pick of spell storing.
Hell yeah. Pick a destiny.
Yeah, he's gonna take it.
The lockbox, the empty lockbox is closed, and the two mountain guard make their way off. What else was thought? What else did we have to bring up? That. Okay. The tour nods and sees you both off as he addresses the rest of your group. It has become clear that these individuals have done a great deed here this past week. Not just in the returning of my daughter to me, but more so in the saving not just of Doonhollow, but Meyland itself from takeover from below, preserving not just our nation, but the lives of every man, woman and child that lives upon these lands. They have the foremost first-hand experience in dealing with these existential threats to the nation. And with their expertise, I believe we would be better equipped to defend against them. I ask the Council this. Shall we offer these individuals seats at the Meyland Security Council alongside King Thrain Deepforger, Lord Darian Rainsley, Mayor Abigail Lacey, and Mr. Hayden Shawn? There's a momentary pause. There's some looks towards each of the leaders. There's looks towards each other, and expectant looks towards your group at the table there, as if wondering what your thoughts on this are.
Out of character. So what they are inviting us to join, is it like a specific council for handling the security of future matters, or is it like this big table we're at? Because I don't know if they were the same name. Or...
This is the General Meyland Council, and he's speaking of the Meyland Security Council. This is likely a smaller collective of individuals.
Okay, more like okay. Just wanted to be sure there were different things. At all.
I'm a bit unsure how to take this and how to go from here, but that's mostly because we are already so neck deep in both titles, organizations, and
shit to do.
Yeah. So I'm hesitant, but I also want to say yes, but also want to say no. So it's just.
May I? In character, Ducky, or we would sort of to.
You can go in character. I'm just voicing my out of character.
Okay.
Ordeal.
If I may ask, were we to hold these prestigious stations, what would be asked of us? What would our duty be?
Your duties will be simple, given your tendency to move around. It will simply be to attend meetings of vital importance. With events accelerating as they are, you will have an advising hand in how to direct and tackle any future threats within this nation. Beyond this, you'll be free to live your lives as normal. You'll gain diplomatic access to the Nexus, and so long as the appropriate paperwork is filed with the Assembly for each use, you may use it freely. The Nexus may be used to travel back to Doonhollow to attend these meetings, of which you'll be notified by our various intelligence apparatuses. He watches Brator, looks to Sean, who nods in response.
This is both in and out of character thinking. Okay. Sorry, just getting my thoughts together before I go opening my mouth.
Is Liska included in this?
Sorry, what was that even?
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if Liska is included in this. Kumal is included in this. Did he motion to, just the current party? Did he motion to Arngrim and Zerth as well?
He motioned to you five at the table.
current
Arngrim of Zerth seem to have already gotten their titles and statuses and rewards.
Gotcha.
Well, of course I can't speak for the rest of companions here, but if such a thing were to come to pass, I would accept it gladly. Because out of character, they haven't. That was like a suggestion put forward to the council, right? And like they wanted our thoughts on it. They haven't voted yet.
They've not voted yet. They seem to be expecting your response.
All right, I just wanted to get a whole grasp on that.
All right, I'll just straight up ask out of character here. What does the current party think about this?
Okay. Well, the reason I had Velen say yes was because it helps us in a lot of ways without interfering with our travels too much. And they are correct. We do have a habit of coming across this shit. So why not have the best tools possible to deal with it? We also get access to the Nexus, which helps it travel about. As nice as traveling around in the wagon's going to be, and we're probably going to keep doing it. The need to quickly get somewhere is always good to have as an option. And yeah, just safety for all and whatnot. That's Velem's viewpoint on it, anyway, at least.
Maven? Kronka? Gabba? Anyone?
Use your words.
Gab, you've been very quiet.
Yeah. Because I'm about as brain empty as Krunka is with this.
Poor Krunk.
I mean, sure. It's a pretty big, it's a pretty big thing. And I'm sure it'll help us quite a lot.
Because in over his head.
Yeah.
Literally.
I didn't think for this.
Which is hard because he's pretty damn short. A lot of things go over his head.
Don't know.
But he's so fast, he'd catch them. Liska. So at this, Liska has a look of pensive thought, and then tilts her head. While I appreciate the gracious offer, I am and always will be beholden to Ragnarok. As such, I do not think... If I am free to come and go of this council at need, then perhaps. But it is not my place to be beholden to another kingdom when I still owe my allegiance to Ragnarok.
There's a few nods in the council. Brator gives you an understanding nod.
I am happy to offer my military knowledge and services as are needed. But if there is a choice, and she just kind of leaves that hanging, pretty much saying like, I'll choose Ragnarok over you.
Big.
To be fair, it's where she's from and where she trains, so that makes good sense.
You have all been offered these seats. It is up to you to take them. The choice is understandable, Liska. But for the rest of you, one among you has accepted. Do you wish to follow?
Sao sort of looks down a bit before looking back up at the various people of status here. I am uncertain. I have, in most cases, much the same thoughts as Liska in terms of where I'm from and who I mostly show my allegiance to. But in the same hand, I would also like the world to be a safe place for people. So I am unsure.
Ruminate on your choice. And come back to us when you're ready. The next time this council is convened.
I will have an answer then or before. Now I would like time to think.
There's some peculiar looks to Grunker.
Oh. I don't know. I am not much of a talker, and my people and its allegiance isn't really with anyone other than ourselves, but I mean, I'll help if you want me to.
Very well.
But I think this is something that we should talk a bit more among ourselves to really make a good decision.
Very well then. The offer still stands. But to you, Willem. What say the council?
So I want to say, Liska was like, "I'll do it."
Oh,
but like, she'll always be with Torment. Like, if she has to choose between Meyland and Torment, she'll choose Torment. Like 100% of the time. That was basically what she was conveying across.
Oh, right.
She's like,
sorry,
"I'll do
sorry.
it."
Sorry.
But
It sounded like the opposite. It's just like, I can't because my allegiance is elsewhere. Deal.
No, I mean, she did say that because her allegiance is elsewhere, but she will provide military tactics and knowledge if need be. But if any of it comes to odds with Ragnarok, that's when she cuts out.
She's all the outie.
Yeah.
I
So-
figured Grunk would be pretty similar, although I don't think there's ever gonna be an interaction with the Deeplings, but still.
I mean, you never know.
So we were planning this invasion down into the Deeplings territory.
Hey, Greg, we're gonna go fuck up the surface.
So I guess retconning some of that. There's a moment where Praetor thinks to himself, looks to his council, says to the rest of you, to the three who have offered to join the council, what say the rest of you? There's 4 eyes from Thrain, Baram, Saris and Brayla. All against Mara, Darian and Kazad. 3
Big
nays.
fucking surprise.
My vote goes to the ayes. This motion passes. There's a clang of a hammer against the ground. With it, there's a number of Brator makes a kind of a gesture with sort of a elderly dwarven hand. A couple of mounted guard come out, offer a kind of silver strongbox, small silver container, slide it over towards over the table towards all of you. And as you open it, you see what looks like a series of silver rings, embossed with the seal of Doonhollow, not the royal dwarven seal. That would be different.
Dwarves like their seals.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
They like their rings, their jewelry. So this would give you access to the Nexus. This would give you this would give you the statuses that you need for such, and as was said by Praetor. And that would be Grunker, Liska, and Vellum taking it, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have a seal of the Meyland Security Council.
Did Arngrim get some fancy seal?
You got the both Zerth and Arngrim got the royal seal,
Which is a fancier.
Yep.
I'll just like to say this, Janner.
Mm-hmm.
Once this is sort of the session's over, I think it's a good idea to just do a sum up list of all the things we got, because holy fuck.
Yep.
In text, so we can review it properly.
So, if there's anything anyone else would like to add, as it seems as though all of the leaders seem to be ready to make their way off and conclude the meeting.
I thank you all for this honourable position, and I'll do my best to do it the proper justice. He will give a small head back. As a note, this entire meeting, his body language has been sufficiently different than his normal composure. Very proper, very somewhat upright sense.
Oh yes, as is your class feature as a samurai.
Yes.
You know, you particular, you've been keeping a lot of eyes on Mara this entire time, Vellum, and she is not very happy about your guys' introduction to the Security Council.
Yeah, I gathered. She's been kind of against everything so far.
And it looks like she.
Insight check for that.
You don't need an insight check at all. And she looks like she's about ready to just up and leave and get this whole thing over and done with. As Brator says, I believe that concludes the council meeting. I'd like to thank you all for making the time to come here. You all know what's about to happen over these next few months. There are trying times ahead. Prepare as you can. And Brator shifts his attention towards all of you, Arngrim, Arja, Zerth, Liska, Sayun, Vellum, and Grunker. You've done a great service to the kingdom here today. I invite you here to stay for the next few days, perhaps enjoy the celebrations at Week's End. I think I certainly will. This month has turned out as it has. The people need that moment of joy. I think seeing all of you would do wonders for that morale of the people of this city. Though I wouldn't blame you if you're seeking to move on.
I to Zerth.
Oh shit, don't mind that. That was misclick.
Thank you for the
What the
gracious
fuck? Jesus
invitation,
Christ.
Your Highness.
What are you saying, Bill?
He's thanking the king for the gracious invitation of sticking around and enjoying everything. You know what I mean? I'm a little loopy. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. I am very fucking tired, so I understand.
As am I.
So is the meeting concluding, or is it...
So, the meeting looks like it's concluding. The other leaders of the other holds are gathering their things, gathering a few bits of parchment that they've been keeping notes on. They give you all a bow and begin making their way out towards the rest of the palace. They probably got guest quarters here somewhere.
Most likely.
Willem's gonna stand. Sir, you think you could keep an eye on Vardmy for a bit? I got some stuff to attend to.
I'm sure I can keep an eye on her. That or this guy over there can be an aunt again.
Vardmir looks bored to tears.
Yeah, poor thing.
Haven't even paid the phone to them.
Maybe go take her somewhere nice so she can have some fun. Poor thing.
We'll see what we can.
Cheers. And with that, Willem's gonna head off. And yeah, I don't know if there was anything else that needed to happen, but that's kind of a good point to leave it.
We are bang on
I'm
time.
suggesting not insisting, Jenner. If you got other shit going on, tell me to shut up.
I think that's about it. Although, Liska, there's a brief coldness that you feel at the base of your skull.
Oh no.
Fun stuff.
Spooky stuff.
It's a bullet.
And then you hear a voice.
The effect is so strong I didn't understand any of that.
Same.
Come to me, did it say?
I said I need to wee.
I didn't hear anything. I just
I heard Arngrim for some reason.
You heard.
Oh, I did. I was right.
Hungry, gotcha.
Fucking words.
Man, first time actually. Yeah.
Yeah, at that, Liska's just like, there's a reason I'm getting rid of you. Like,
exorcism.
Yeah, good on you. Like, I mean, how awesome would it be to change a cursed item set into an uncursed item set?
So, as you notice, Aja seems to leave with the king for the moment.
Cool. Well, I think Liska is going to.
Sorry.
If we're still doing stuff, I think
Did I
Liska's
say?
gonna go up to,
Did I say Angrim or Aja?
you said
You
Aja.
said Arngrim.
Okay. Aja. Okay.
Oh wait, no, you said Aja was heading off with the king, but the voice said Arngrim.
No. The voice
No,
said.
the voice said hungry.
Hungry. Okay, I thought you said Arngrim.
Hungry, dude.
Yeah.
No, it said hungry.
My brain is fucked.
Your boy's hangry.
He's hangry.
Hey.
I was about to say, oh
he
god,
wants
does
some
Arngrim
dwarf
have
meat.
cookies?
Have some Snickers.
Target on his back, and I was like, oh.
And you all reconvene with some familiar faces you've not seen in quite some time. Zerth and Arngrim.
Well, as he kind of fiddles around with this crest and a hammer, you can see a slightly glistening finger is already twirling his mustache.
Little gold flecks in it. Goldschlager.
Hello. It's been a fat
2 weeks.
We've been down there for that long?
To be honest, I haven't rightly been counting.
Sarah just sort of shakes her head a little. But it looks more like she's also sort of having a sort of a creeping cold running down her back. It's good to be back up here.
I'm glad. I'm glad that you're out of this shitty mines. That shitty situation. To be honest, it's all quite fucked. But if you dealt with that, as he kind of thumbs over to where the body was, I'm grateful. I'm also grateful for what you did to help me protect my home. I know it's a silly thing, but it's tradition. And he holds out his hand. Honestly, I'm glad. Thank you. All of you. Let me shake your hands.
Sao takes his hand as the first one. And just nods for a moment. Aye.
Other hand cups yours, firm shake. Just 2 shake. Thank you.
Shake.
He's gonna go down the line. It's a shame that lad already left, but I'll get back to him.
I'd just say we just speaking like 2 people at once.
Yeah. Reach out to Grunka if Grunka's still there.
Oh yeah, no, he's just in there with like an empty stare, and then he kind of like, Hey.
Well, I don't think I'll be needing this anymore. Grunka, you are a strange little man.
Yeah.
But I trust you. And I thank you for what you did.
Hey, thanks.
I'm gonna hold a hand out to shake yours.
Yeah, he shakes.
Hey, by the way,
Oh.
I got quite a bit of use out of it. Thank you for letting me borrow this. He's gonna hold out a +1 mace.
Oh, hey, nice.
Hey!
Yeah, good you could use it.
I used it quite well. It didn't do too well against that big old ooze, but
Yeah, you know.
it bashed a few skulls since then.
Yeah, it's good. It's what mace do. Yeah. So, what's that, what does that thing do?
Picks it up and he looks at it. You know, let me see.
Oh, was it like a warhammer, or?
I mean, I know what it is.
He knows what it is.
He knows.
I'll figure out what it is.
I like when the person who doesn't have it knows what it is.
I mean, Mouth also knows what it is. It's just, yeah, Arngrim doesn't.
Yeah.
Arngrim doesn't know. But he will identify it.
This is a dwarven thrower.
Heyo.
A thrower of dwarves.
Well, to put it simply, it's that, but better. And a little bit, tossier. You know?
Oh, it's a tossy one.
It's a tossy one. You know, I quite like the tossy ones. I'm not quite good at it, but
Yeah,
seems like this might help me with that.
Yeah, Gruga takes out his cleaver. Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's gonna like throw it up somewhere or whatever. And it's gonna like boomerang back and then come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been real nice to have.
Can't just show me up in my own house, can you?
You watch
That's when he realizes he's not attuned, and it just threw the hammer.
For fuck's
Imagine
sake!
if the architecture
ting,
destroyed
ting,
the
ting,
painting.
ting, 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 and it lands just short of the lava pools.
So funny thing about magic, it takes some time for it to work for you.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
But that was a good toss you did there. I'll show you later how to do it right proper one.
Yeah, okay.
And he looks at you. He's got a shit-eating grin.
Yeah. Yeah, I miss you, Angrim.
You know, I missed you too, lad. I had to go take care of some stuff back home. Had to put me paw to rest. But I've got more names to carve.
Oh yeah,
And you know.
Yeah.
I've been thinking. Don't tell him I said this.
Okay.
I love the lad dear as family, I do, but Sarah's boring. He's a boring lad. All he does is drink. He drinks very well, but he doesn't go fighting. What's the point of drinking if you're not gonna go fighting?
Yeah, that's finding is the fun bit.
You know, I've only seen him draw his sword once after getting drunk in the tavern. You know what he did? A little squish swash with it. The man's pants fell down. Didn't even properly run him through.
That's just a shame.
So I was thinking that you know how to smash things, and
Yeah, I have experience.
you put in a good fight before, and for a goblin, you're awfully pretty. A pretty good friend.
Yeah,
So
it's
maybe.
Yep. Hang on. There's been some some changes. Yeah, it's not goblin anymore. It's deepling. We kind of had a bit of a you know. I mean, I guess we already kind of had a segregation, but we kind of did it a bit more, you know.
I think that's the biggest word I've ever heard you say. That's a damn 4 syllables. Oh. Well, I suppose you're really not quite the green goblins, are you?
No,
Deepling does fit you better.
Yeah, we kind of you know, we don't, after, you know, keeping us as slaves and all that, we didn't really want to be associated with them, so we kind of decided that, you know, we're not goblins, we're better than them, so we just decided that we were something new now.
How tall is Grunka?
He is he is a 3.1.
Oh wow. So he's one of the few people he will ever be able to stick his hand out towards and like pat down a little bit on the shoulder. Short for a dwarf.
Yeah, I mean, and Grunka's tall for a goblin.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Best of friends. Short dwarf and a tall goblin.
An unlikely couple.
There's irony here, but like the good kind.
Yeah.
You know, Zord has to go see some fancy people and some fancy museums with some fancy songs. And I want to go smash somebody and get some apologies. You're probably
gonna be very busy, what with everything, but if you're willing to help our security council and protect my home, maybe I can help you out and maybe scratch a few lines off this along the way, as he taps his shield. I'm not looking for company or anything, mind you. It's just
I'm Grim.
strictly business, you know.
I'm Grim.
Uh-huh.
If you want to come with us whenever we go and go off, do whatever it is we do. I don't really grasp it quite yet, but if you want to come with, then you are welcome to. You don't need to feel that you're infringing. That's what it's called, right? Infringing.
Sure.
Yeah. You just, you can come with. I don't think anyone would mind if you feel like you want to. You're very welcome to. But yeah, it's kind of been living on rations for a while, and it's it'd be nice to have some actual food,
He's a horse.
Mustache
What is going on?
His mustache is rapidly twitching.
Yeah.
He lifts up his chef's hat.
Yeah. So
he pulls out a small pastry from under his chef's hat.
Oh.
It's full of cheese, mushrooms, and meat. It's ram meat.
Oh.
He passes you a pastry.
Oh.
Fucking hungry.
Thanks. Is that like a hat of holding?
No, it's a hat.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, thanks.
Go on.
Yeah, fine.
Tell me what you think.
Oh, you'll eat it.
I made my own recipe.
Oh. What's in it?
Oh, mushrooms, some cheese, some meat, a little bit of the bracken brick special sauce.
Don't
tell anybody. Okay. It's beer mixed with butter.
It's
butter with beer.
It is like a flavor explosion in your mouth, Gronk. It is hearty. It is warm. It's good comfort food. It's mushrooms, goat's cheese, bit of that ram steak, and it's got that good cuts in it. It's something you not realize you've missed until now.
It's so good it gives you 4 temporary hit points.
There you go.
Oh shit.
Oh, boy.
Also, Belth, important question: is it gooey? Any good comfort food is gooey.
Oh, not only is it gooey, it's got like a nice baked pastry crust on the outside, but it kind of flakes away on the inside. And
Good
you can
fillet.
see the strings of like mozzarella goat cheese coming off of it.
Yeah, Grook was crying.
And it's got that buttery.
In the mouth.
Oh, you've been in the mines for too long.
Yeah,
You're eating the dry bread. That's it. I'm taking you.
Yeah.
I'm taking you and your lot back to the guild. I'm gonna borrow the kitchen. Gonna make something right.
Yeah.
He straightens up his chef hat. It's no longer leaning like a beret. Now it's a proper upright hat. There's determination in his eyes.
And in his hand.
Oh boy.
So, as I suppose this would be Liska, Vellum, Grunker, Sayun, and Arngrim.
Well, I mean, Velum left initially, but so.
Oh, did he? Where to?
Yeah. I will explain after the session because I don't think it's going to be addressed right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and Liska just
Also
went to
about-
talk to Tora about the whole what she just heard and be like,
Ah,
hey,
right. Okay,
should-
okay.
we should get on that whole exorcism thing.
Mhm.
And it can just, I think it's probably just going to be off screen because there wouldn't necessarily be any new information. I don't think. Be like, yeah, hear a voice, and now there's also suddenly.
I've got something planned.
Okay.
So, you, Sayun, and Arngrim, Gronka, make your way out into the streets, looking to get some of that good hearty food. With the return of Arngrim, we'll leave it there.
Yay.
Yay! Also, Vadmir went with them because she was.
Yeah. Vadmir.
Look at that cheeky fucker over there.
Look at that red nose.
Fucking
Look at
that
that
mustache
man.
is gonna be longer
Look
than
at that
fucking House
dude.
ponytail.
Am I to believe that this means Arngrim may be coming back? Aja was very fervent of taking the position of observer over
I like.
the current goings on.
Yeah, I like how the neck guard, it looks like a braided beard.
On purpose.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a false. It's like a fashion beard.
Yeah, it looks.
Man, I can't wait to find out what
Honorary beard.
that vial.
Yeah, I mean, now you get beard on the bottle.
Gets 3 doses. Does he increase the splendor of his already magnificent mustache, or does he
It's a little
fill
bigger.
everything else out?
If he purposely shaves it, why would he do that?
Oh, he purposely
It's
shaved it.
bigger mustache,
All right, I didn't.
bigger eyebrows.
I just thought it might have been an unfortunate lack of beard.
It's for the hair on his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That
the bald spot
was going to be
somehow.
the head, because that's with a mushroom.
Braided.
It's not
braid-
yeah, that bulge, not a dick.
It's just hair.
Yeah.
Just the big old braid.
Yeah.
Oh my
Braided
God.
butt crack hair.
It's braided
Moving
short.
from that mental image real quick. Shall we, Skittles?
There's 2 sheiks. Braided
I just need
shots.
to
Only
ask a
married
quick
for have
question.
their back hair braided.
Go for it.
I need to ask you a quick question. Say, how tall is Vellum?
He is 6'2", I think. Let me go double check. Yep, 6'2". I was
Alright.
lazy and just did my height.
Then if Sao would be standing between Liska and Vellum, and
Oh yeah, we have a
Ronco stand
sliding
on the outer
scale.
edge, then we would be a descending stair of height.
Funny how the world works.
Yeah, I just realized that when I sort of looked over and were like, we could make a stair.
Stairs to success.
Pop, 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 pop.
Before I forget, may I go first for Skittles?
Sure. Go ahead.
Good.
Positive. I like the vibe. I like that there was in-depth discussion about circumstances in the general Meyland area. Everyone got to interject for little bits without too much kerfuffle, so that's always tricky to pull off, especially when you've got multiple NPCs with their own motivations and words to say and whatnot. Fucking negatives. Fuck you. Roll 20. Give me a fucking double one. Double ones on inspiration. Real nice. Only thing I can really scrounge up is with something with as many noteworthy figures as there are, maybe have handouts for them. I mean, I know we're probably not going to meet them very often, if ever again, but since they're important people and potentially people we might interact with in future, it'd be good to have at least like a basic information of them.
Okay.
Because I mean, we've got like a handout of the bouncer from the underground arena. From
Yeah. I was a bit
Start.
too liberal with NPC handouts to begin with.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like these are like the main heads of a lot of the
Yeah,
holes. And
yeah. I'll be prepping handouts for next session.
That's the only thing I can really scrounge up. But
If
Jenna,
I can add to that,
oh, go for it.
you don't need to make handouts for all the individual people. In this case, you could have made a single handout with a description of each of them on, as in, Council of Meyland,
Can also make it its own little
with names
folder.
and titles for each of them in a list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I may recommend, at some point when you get time, like sort through all the handouts you currently have and maybe put them into little folders. Because you got, for example, like the Fiddler 6 and they're in. But maybe group by like importance of character or like region or however you want to do it, but make it that isn't a giant list that we have to.
That's fair.
If we need somebody particular. But yeah, that's all I had, and I do have things to message you, Gianer, and DMs. Not really relevant right now, but just making you aware of that. And yeah, that's my Skittles.
All right.
Anyone else?
Anything from Grabber?
I mean, not really. I mean, it was a lot of information, but I feel like that was probably like, has to have those sometimes. It was about a couple of stuff that was like quite long ago. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to complain about in this, or things that could improve. No, I just feel like, yeah, it was fun. It was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of talking, but that's just kind of how it is.
Mainly trying to seal a lot of plot holes and lots of
tie up some loose ends.
Yeah, basically.
Set up some things.
Yeah,
like having
nice
access to the Nexus.
Yeah, it's nice to see some old faces again.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah.
And there was also, if you caught on, other events going around Meyland that you guys weren't involved in.
Yeah, I thought my brain was just like, were we involved in this? I don't remember this shit.
Yeah.
I guess it, like, if we went there, we would have been part of it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Nice. It's nice to have things move, even if you don't.
Yeah, a living world.
Yeah. Shows that there's a lot more threat going on than we know about as well.
So for me, it was just a really roleplay heavy session. Didn't really have any characters that needed to participate, so it was mostly just sitting back and watching it all happen. Side commentary here and there. I think, yeah, I mean, overall, like, it wasn't, I kind of agree with Grunka. It wasn't anything that needs to be added, nothing that really needs to be addressed. In regards to the handouts, like, I think the names are kind of okay. Like, there's a few people where we actually, like, Talonwood and the mayor from Port Morkney, we obviously have some more information on them, and they have attached pictures and whatnot. But I also think it's very easy since all these people have holds and whatnot within Morkney, that you can just have a brief introduction, just like, this is so-and-so, lord of this place. And that's basically all you have. And then when we actually meet them, or when we actually interact or learn more about them, then you can fill it in. Because as it is right now, it's basically just a name, where they're from, and maybe a picture. I don't necessarily think you need to have a handout for each individual NPC. That's about as flat as you can possibly get at the moment. But I do agree that in the future, like when we actually have stuff to flesh them out, then yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, that's about it for me. Just overall good session.
Yeah. All right. So, do you have anything to add, Balth?
I did a fuck ton of talking. I'm sorry about that. That's the part of being like a diplomatic espionage kind of character.
Yeah, you had shit to do, man. It's understandable.
Literally, the entire thing was building up to that one moment for be like, all right, well, here's everything I have, so here you go.
I'm not bothered by it. Admittedly, I did feel bad for not talking up as much as I could have, but you already know.
I'm glad you got involved.
Yeah,
like,
I wanted to get involved because it felt very important as the faux leader of the party.
Yeah.
But I was enjoying everything that Aja was out with, because obviously we got a bit more context about his activities before he met us, and then what he has to show from his perspective, and then suddenly it's like, okay, well, this is what I can offer. So it was very interesting to see that side of Aja that we don't really get to see that much so far. Him being the smooth talker and deal maker.
Yeah.
Fucking 32 persuasion.
I will say this. The entire ordeal with Aja, and then he just laid out, like, plot point for plot point. I was just like, okay, I was expecting half of this, not, a 3-course meal, a dessert, and then another banquet.
So
Yeah.
Hey, here's how your nation's fucked.
Also, the big oof of not only Siren getting a lot of bit of ire, but also Balthazar's dragon deal coming to light.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, we
Lucy
kind of.
did warn.
Yeah, I mean, we kind
Balthazar
of.
got his shit kicked out for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
But
we
Siren
kind of.
didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew that
I feel
the
like she's
dragon
gonna have
would
worse
come
things
back.
coming.
Yeah.
we knew
I
that
won't
dragon
lie,
would
when
come
she
back.
just paraded, the whole ordeal with the undead throughout the city, I was just like, that's not gonna be swept under the rug, like, no way.
Yeah. I mean, Vellum tried to soften it a little bit. It's like,
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you
we
did a good
tried.
job.
Tried,
And
but
did you notice that Audra actually supported you?
definitely not Balthazar in disguise, nope.
No.
Joking.
Ah yes, it is me, the priest. Hello.
Me all
Good
along.
to see you.
Whoever thought that I would a priest?
Haha.
So,
you're
uh,
born
I
to
was
the
the
hat.
warlock the whole time.
Yes.
before we get
boss.
sidetracked, anyone have anything else to do before I stop recording?
Nope. Nothing that needs to
I
be
have,
recorded.
Fucking
one thing.
bread boy.
I have one
There you go.
thing. And this is mostly to the party.
Hmm.
Holy shit, you guys are amazing. I would like to petition to give inspiration to those that don't already have it.
Oh yes, inspiration. We need to hand that out.
I would like to petition for Ducky to get an inspiration because he wasted his on me.
I mean, Ducky's part of the party.
And also, fuck you, Ducky. You're amazing too.
No, you.
Both be amazing together. There we go. Compromise.
Yeah.
You're
long-
breathtaking.
No, you're breathtaking.
No, you.
Yeah. So how long does this temp HP hold up? This is
So you take a
shuffling.
long rest.
Long rest.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Quite a while.
That's a good thing about temp HP. If you're on a long stint, it could be pretty handy.
Oh, okay.
Usually, temp HP lasts for like a long rest. Or unless otherwise specified, but those cases are so far and few between.
Yeah, you either get it
because the temp
wiped off
HP
of you,
Well,
you get a
Balth.
better one, or you take a long rest.
did you have something you wanted to say, Belth? Mention something about Bread Boy.
Oh yeah, Bread Boy. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Bread Boy, and setting fucking Mask Man aside, because he's got some big important things to do. And I'm looking forward to being him. He's gonna be a much nicer person to be around, I think. Be a lot more fun.
Well, Ajo had its fun and has its fun and charm, but it
Yeah.
will be good
Yeah,
to have Angrim around.
Yeah, Azure is a different kind of character, and he's more of a plot vehicle than somebody to be around.
Yeah. Well, we always knew he was
Right.
going to be temporary anyway, but he's still
Yeah.
been nice while he's been around.
Yeah, he was sort of just a brief thing. Arngrim's going to be around for much, much longer until Balthazar eventually comes back, but that's going to be a whiles down the road, and I think Arngrim will be more fun to play, and I think will be more constructive in the party, and honestly a better healer.
And you get more spell slots.
And you don't die.
Yeah, and he does not have 10 AC for wearing literal napkins. So,
Literal napkins.
Or we can get
Literal
actual
napkins.
fucking food.
Fancy.
What's your armor class? Cloth.
which are
Paper
class?
napkin.
Paper.
10 dexterity.
Paper.
My reaction time is my armor class.
What? No.
My reaction tribe is terribly par.
What's your armor class? No.
My armor class, no. It almost looks like
What's
no.
your armor class?
Lines in.
Shield of Faith plus 25.
Good
Oh
grief.
lordy, but 2 AC tanks
Armor
now.
class, it hits.
But yeah, do we want to end recording before we go waffling into post-session time?
Sure.
Oh yeah, the only thing for Bread Boy, the actual thing is, I'd like to get a good cement reason for him to stick around, and I think I'm gonna have something for that next session.
Indeed.
With yeah.
I have something planned.
I mean, I figured his Wanderlust would take over because he's been sort of stuck at home for a while.
Sort of. He's wanted to thank everybody, but not everybody was here.
I'm sorry, I didn't know there would be a tearful reunion.
So,
Such an asshole.
we'll save that for next session. Okay, I'm going to stop recording in 3, 2, 1.